My short's still printing, man.
I bought.
Yeah. My ADA short's printing. ETH is still okay. I'm just watching Bitcoin. If Bitcoin decides to reverse, I close these shorts.
Dude, like you see the chart when it did that double bottom, and it just looks like an inverse head and shoulders. I was like, this is gonna rip.
When you say rip up, rip down, because you still have the 200 MA right here. It's on the 100 MA right now. Bitcoin's on 100.
Crypto loves on the inverse head and shoulders, or just a head and shoulder pattern. Both of those patterns, they always end up playing out.
What's the word, YouTube? What's going on, chat? What's good, Discord? Everybody good? I know the altar giving back some gains right now.
Killing like a villain, Bob Dylan on penicillin.
Good, Joe.
Just hanging out, plotting over here, like always. Was gonna switch it up a little bit, but decided to keep it conservative today.
There's no reason to go crazy trying to trade today, in my opinion.
Yeah. Still playing with this RSR, but just keeping a close eye on it. Probably gonna break the support though if Bitcoin breaks.
Is RSR on most exchanges?
Yeah, it's on a bunch. Not gonna lie though, man, I'm going in on the other side. I'm actually pressing charges against the law firm trying to get a refund. I'm gonna see if it works. If this works, it's like ChatGPT is the best. So I was just like to ask ChatGPT, I'm like, can I actually ask them for some money with the stress this caused me, and since it delayed my case? And ChatGPT's like, yeah, let me just whip up a draft for you. Just send this over to them and sit tight. I'm like, all right, let's see if it works. I'm steady plotting on the angles, man.
It is your money. Somebody's got to protect it.
Yeah, but it's crazy. It's just like,
Yo, this list of so I started a new sort of watch list on the side just for the TA requests from you guys online. This list is getting long. Y'all are trading all types of shit.
it's getting crazy, huh?
I mean, I saved the ones that look like they had the most potential. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I didn't save, but
A lot of them did good though, right? I mean,
that's why I like it, because I get to come on every day and then I get to hit percentage, and then in just a quick look, I could be like, okay, most of the chat is up, most of the chat is down.
Nice. You can like pretend it's all in one portfolio. And
Yeah,
see.
sort of just look at it like, okay, this should be a good day in chat. Like earlier, shit, yesterday we had double digit, percenters all the way down.
Man, market's getting juicy. It's getting interesting.
Yeah.
I know you just keep your calm, dude, but I'm getting hyped, man.
Oh, that's just a front, bro. Don't let that fool you.
I know you're hyping.
Don't let the front fool you, bro.
I hear you humming every now and then.
Shit, I had to mute the mic, turn music on, and I was standing up for like 3 hours the other day. But when you can't sit in the chair, when you can't sit in the office chair, it's real. I mean, just taking a quick look, right? Like, let's go through all of them real quick. And we know how to check these fast, so there's no reason to spend a million days on it, right? We were looking at everything on the daily.
Yo, am I the only person standing here?
I'm not standing right now. I ate.
Stay
I'm
standing.
fat as shit right now. I'm sitting in the chair. Let me turn that off. Let me turn that off. Let's simplify this.
I got this orange towel. I got this orange towel in my room though, but since I do pace around so much, it's like faded in this kind of oval pattern that I pace around this little desk sometimes.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny that I already got that oval marked in here.
All right, so AIOZ, we were waiting for it to come back up to that W. We've got that. So we got to check on our move there. I looked through everything earlier. AIXBT came up to the top of its accumulation. Perfect move, pixel perfect on the measured move. Starting to retrace. We've never retested this level, so I'm looking to load back up on AIXBT underneath 1 penny. If I can get it underneath a penny again, I'll start swinging. AVAX broke its W on the 4-hour above its daily trend. Hasn't got up into its vectors yet. Beam broke out. Still trying to put in the right side of its W, but broke out its pivot W basically.
What's Beam on? What protocol is that on?
Hmm?
Is that a ETH protocol? What's that on? Is that on Sol? Beam?
Beam is on AVAX. It's an
AVAX,
AVAX layer 1. Brett also broke out, looking good. Hasn't got to its vector gap yet. CRV is actually interesting. CRV is a pretty good play on stables. If you want to play into the stablecoin narrative, you can do a lot worse than CRV. Even ETH BTC got back into its accumulation, not for nothing, guys. Like, it's too early to get excited on ETH BTC, but Gala broke out of its W. Guns is coming back for its, H-bar is coming back for its retest. Guns is coming back into its range too. I haven't lost any faith in guns. I'm still accumulating guns. IMX broke out of its daily and its W.
Yeah, but what swap can I buy that on? Like, I just
What?
did a head scratch. Guns. I was like,
You
let me
can
try
buy
to see
guns on. You should be able to buy it on any swap.
Man, I couldn't get it.
You can go to Trader Joe's.
AVAX. I went to Uniswap and I couldn't grab it on
Nah,
Uniswap.
you can go to Trader Joe's though. Trader Joe's is the one for AVAX. If not, you can go to a swap aggregator like a Kyber swap or something, and then they'll do all the steps for you.
I gotta scoop up some AVAX.
That's why I like Kyber swap, because like it doesn't matter what you have. If all you're holding is some ETH, it'll take the ETH, it'll convert it, it'll send it to what you need on AVAX. It'll do it all in one step for you.
Without bumping your head?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're still gonna pay what you would have paid for each, but you don't have to do it manually.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Jasmine's to the top of its W, hasn't broken out yet. Metis broke out. Moondang.
If you're trying to acquire a coin, would you say like you want to buy something when at the top of its W, like that's at confirmation?
Well, that's the top of its W. You'd be more like a breakout trader, right? So like if you bought here, you'd be playing the breakout. If you were being a little bit more sort of safer, you'd wait for it to come down and like retest, and then you would buy the retest.
And I'm just talking like spot.
Yep. Remember, there's 5 positions to buy, and you can either catch a fallen knife and try to get that W. You can buy the higher low, right? Which I always say is the best idea for confirmation. You buy the higher low. You can buy the breakout, or you can buy the retest. Right? Those are the 4 points in a W that you would get in, or those are the points where you would add to your position. Right? If you swung at the fallen knife and you caught it, and then now you're getting a higher low, you would add a little more to your position there. If you made the complete
Okay.
W and then went to break out, maybe you decide to add a little or wait for the retest. You know, it just depends on what kind of trader you are.
Thank you.
Yep. What else? Hondo looking good. Pepe coin still hasn't made it up to its W yet. I don't like how it's moving. Pepe, big Pepe USD made it to the top of its W. Pi is just, I don't know who was asking me to look at Pi, but this thing is just moving sideways. Matic or Pole, halfway through its measured move. Prime finally broke out of its downtrend. It's the first bit of bullishness I've seen on Prime for a while. I'm waiting for the right side of a W here. Like what I would really like to see on Prime is for us to come down, maybe back down to that retest of the break. And I'd get in like under 2.5, something like that. Ronin broke out, got above the range it was on. Ronin's actually looking decent for a bottom here. Soul. So for Solana, we were waiting for that retest to either put in that W or put in that inverse head and shoulders. She kept going, so we'll have to keep an eye on this and see what it wants to do. STX looks great. STX hit its measured move and retraced. Waiting for that move down to like 6.5 to probably pick up some more. Sui looks like it wants to complete its measured move. It's not even ready to retrace, I don't think. Probably get to 3.4 before we know it if Bitcoin keeps behaving here. Tau, same difference, almost at its measured move. Kia finally broke out. We haven't even drawn its measured move yet. Still has to get over its downtrend. Toshi, kind of sketchy here. Looks like it might want to roll over. We're going to have to keep an eye on Toshi.
Look at that W, though.
Trump coin had a decent move today. Looking to put in the right side of this W on the retracement.
Bro, look how good that call is, though, Dbloc. Look at your line. Look at how it followed that up angle. Where's that top point come up at your call?
It was like 16. No, I drew that after.
Bro, all right. I was like, bro, you called that before. That is beautiful.
So we're waiting for the right side of a W, either at our green light or yellow light. Once you get to the red light, be careful because...
Yeah, exactly. For sure. It busted out, but be careful after what it does here from now on.
Virtuals looks like it already hit its measured move with that flag. Barely. Voxel still looking crazy. Hasn't made its complete retracement yet. This area right here, if we fall back through this, is going to be a pretty quick drop. There's no price action holding price up there at all.
What
I'd
is
imagine if we you gotta, Joe, let me finish what I'm literally going down a list. You gotta let me finish this, or it's gonna take forever. So if we come down into this range, it should be pretty quick. So if we lose like 6.1, we'll be at 4.2 before you know it, honestly. XEN hasn't given back any of this range yet, but it did get back above its main support where it dropped. So if it can hold this, maybe, just maybe, you guys get away with not having to pay for this, you know, huge imbalance down here. I said any day over $2 for XRP is a good day. And you're putting some space in between $2 and where you're at. That measured move would be 241. Be nice to see this thing sort of move out into this bull flag. Yeah, we can get that to play out. It should give us the measured move that we're looking for. Yeah. So we haven't retested that bull flag yet after we broke it. You'd be looking for some sort of retest of these levels. And Zero Bro, I don't know what you guys want me to tell you about Zero Bro. Shit is just gone. We can look at a couple levels for retracement, but it's all going to depend on mind share, to be honest with you. I wouldn't touch it right now. Obviously, this thing's up almost 5x. 2 days. Yeah, look at Doge for you.
I apologize, Dbloc. I really do. I jumped right in there for a sec.
You're good, bro.
What's Doge gonna do? Tell us all about this sucker. I was like, what do you see coming from?
Joe, let me cook,
I'll
bro.
shut up forever, I promise.
It doesn't have to be forever. Just let me get through the list.
I hold 0 Doge. I'm scared.
You need to be scared if you don't give me a second to talk, bro. I mean, it's really carbon copy of everything else, guys. You can kind of tell by the pattern what's strong and what isn't, right? Have they built their W's? Have they filled them out? Have they broken out? Are they still trying to put in the right side? Have they already hit their measured moves? So, good news for Doge is how we caught on this uptrend. Very beautiful.
So I screwed up and bounced out.
Now you just want to get above these levels. All right, your measured move would be 218. Doge hasn't retested its breakout yet of this W, so I would expect it to come down at least to 16.8 on a retest, maybe more. Pretty sure this is a vector right here. Yeah.
So I was planning on just 50% of that back.
Possible to
16.
come down to 16.3 or to come down to, yeah, 16.4, 16.3, that range there. I mean, maybe retest the uptrend that the downtrend that it broke. Worst case scenario, but that would kind of screw up our W. If we come down all the way down here, we're going to invalidate. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. We could come all the way back down to that downtrend and not invalidate that W, but it would start looking ugly.
What is like give you a higher time frame? Just go like a little bit higher time frame. See if it just like bumps a lot of that out. We look at it a different way, or small. You know what I mean? Like 8 hour or something, or a 2 day or something.
You guys have any more
Turbo,
what's that?
turbo,
What's the ticker? Sorry?
turbo, TURBO.
Turbo. All right. Yeah, let's do that. Hold on. I'll look at Turbo right now. Chat, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We're gonna go subscriber only. And then we'll do some requests. All right, let's do it. Sub only mode. Turbo looks decent. Turbo actually looks nice. It's nice to see some of the sort of higher mindshare memes pick up. Not because I love memes, but it just shows healthy speculation. I guess if you can call it healthy, but you know what I mean. People are willing to take risks again. And that's good for us holding risk assets, so. Yeah, this thing just broke. No real bottoming pattern to speak of. Maybe small little W, but this move here was really nice over that 50. Yeah, this thing blew out its pattern a long time ago. Imagine you got in on this W and you're like, yeah, I'll just ride it up to 2.9. Yeah, it's decent. Came all the way up to its 200. I do expect this to retrace. I mean, obviously depending on what Bitcoin does, but 50% of this vector gap wouldn't be out of the question. 3, 4. No, it's sub only. It's not members only. Sub only just means you got to subscribe to the channel and we'll be able to talk. Doge said, did you do sub only because I was talking shit? Nah, bro. If I'm going to go through some TA, I want it to be for people who have at least subbed to the channel, right? So that way you don't get drowned out by new people making requests. Yeah, I like Turbo. It's just going to need a retracement. A pretty hefty one, in my opinion.
Thank you, D.
Yeah, yeah. Looks good. I wouldn't freak out too much, even if it came all the way down to 3, 4. Like I said, you got to pay for some of this stuff. Somebody said bonk. Very nice double bottom. God, really aggressive downtrend now. Very aggressive downtrend. Really good bottoming formation now. Let's go body to body on this.
Dbloc, do you have a I don't know if you calculate keep track or anything, but do you have an estimate of this fractal that you constantly draw, like how if it plays out to say let's say the upside, because that's kind of what we're looking for here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an idea about how many times that thing plays out to the upside, like when it makes like a measured move, you know, out of the neckline there?
Well, so the thing with it is, it's really just a higher low or a double bottom fractal that you're looking to start off a pivot, right? Its invalidation is either that higher low or that double bottom. So as long as as long as the pattern stays active, it has 100% chance of playing out. The trick is knowing the invalidation, right? And protecting against
that a lot more.
Yeah, protecting against the invalidation. I'm telling you, bro, market maker pattern is.
I'm not gonna lie, like it's really I'm like, you know, I mean, we had that on the big time, the macro down here, that double bottom to jump all the way up here.
We had it on every
a bigger schedule.
We had this shit almost on every single alt across the board.
Yeah.
When we started piling into it.
I'm seeing this in like 1 minute now and 5 minutes, 15. You know, I'm starting to see it more and more, and especially as it's like developing. You know.
So like, I mean, you could call it an Adam and Eve. You can call it a double bottom. There's a million different names for it. Right. The reason that I try to simplify it is just so that new people don't get lost in the weeds.
Gotcha.
And maybe some people that have already been trading for a while be like, wow, it really just does boil down to, are you putting in a higher low yet or not? And are you protecting yourself against the fact that maybe there is no higher low? But for the most pattern, it's, yeah, I mean, it's the way things work. W, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3.
So the arrow there, that actual, where would you be your target one? Say like on that one right there. If you call it, say the second bottom there.
If I was since this is on since this is on a daily, excuse me.
Oh, okay. That's
since since this is on a daily, honestly, my target, I'd still be adding to the position, right, all the way until a breakout. In this specific position, if it was a short-term trade to run quick, I'd be targeting, target 1 would be the 200, and then target 2 would be the measured move.
Got you.
You know, and then sometimes if there happens to be a rogue vector or something above, I'll throw a target 3 in case market maker decides to go for it.
True.
In this case, there doesn't seem to be a lot to really go for.
Yeah.
Until you get all the way up here. And there'll be a retracement before that, so it doesn't even make sense to target 3 that.
Let's say you kind of eyeing that up, and it comes down for that second bottom. Boom. Say like you get down there in the bottom somewhere. Would you put like a target 1 at the neckline, or right up underneath the neckline? You know what I'm saying? Just to hit yourself in a little bit of profit, at least.
What do you mean? Like if I caught this bottom and I was?
Yeah. Would you put like maybe a target 1?
It depends. If I was on leverage, for sure.
Okay. That's okay, got you.
Yeah, if I was on leverage, for sure. If I'm just building a spot position, right? If this is just the culmination of me catching a falling knife, then no, I'm trying to build the position for the move up. But if it was, if I was on leverage, I would have been moving my stop up already. You know, hopefully, what you really want is that higher low.
True.
When you catch on the leverage, right? Because once you get that high low and push up, now you can move your stop up and you can at least lock in some gains to where, you know, it's a free trade. All right, what else we got? Yeah, Bonk looks good, man. Bonk just needs to break out. Bonk is going to come back and retest this 50. Like, everything broke out of his 50. If it's far enough away from it, maybe you don't get a full retrace. But in this case, with a vector right through the 50, chances you're going to come back and retest that at 1328. If that holds, then you can start targeting 200 EMA at 2 and that measured move at 2.7. All right, what else we got? Somebody said side.
Appreciate the feedback, Dbloc.
Yeah, for sure. SEI. That looks different. Sui's little brother does need some attention. I fully believe that when Sui runs, though, SEI is going to run with it.
It's lagging so much behind, but like
It
Sui
is.
is almost at the top. This is at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Which is good because if I'm right and it does, then there's still some meat on the bone. You know what I mean? Per se. But what I think happens is Sui goes crazy, and then anything on Move Protocol is gonna catch a bid. So like Aptos, Move itself, say. Hasn't officially broke its 50 on the daily yet. It might actually reject underneath it. Remember, anything that's broken its 50 has to retest its 50. Anything that's broken its downtrend and hasn't retested it and is still underneath its 50, 9 times out of 10, you're going to retest this downtrend that you broke. Right? You'll reject off of that 50, you'll come back, you'll retest the downtrend that you broke, and then you'll try to push off again. Let's see. This list. Swift is interesting. Swift isn't following along with the program. You know, not everything always bottoms and W's. We've had, I remember, plenty of bull markets, especially when things were really, really bullish, where everything would just create bull flags at the bottom. And that's kind of what like Swift is reminding me of here.
It's just that W Fractal I keep seeing more since especially watching you draw them out over time now. It's just it's it's very getting very identified by myself. So I'm just.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you're 100% right. It doesn't always have to be like a W formation,
It's just the way the market's running right now, right? And I mean, I think it comes down to psychology.
Yeah,
Like W
yeah.
formations, for me, what they show is a little bit of hesitation, right? Where the money really comes in on the higher low versus the very bottom, right? This to me shows a high level of speculation where tons of money comes in swinging at the low, and then you end up just putting in a flag. But even bull flags, right? Even bull flags at the end of the day are higher low fractals or W's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Swift. Swift looks strong here. Hold your 50 on the daily and you've got nothing to worry about. I mean, honestly, I know I keep saying that, but I can say that for every alt. If you're above your 50 on the daily and you hold, you have nothing to worry about. You've already seen your lows. Your longs are safely, you know what I mean, secured underneath that major MA. I don't have to say unless the world goes to shit, right? That's implied. Just making sure.
Yeah.
The world could always just go to shit.
Dude, my homie went to IB school and whatnot, and he was definitely like finance, and he's like, man, he got to me, he's like, man, invest your money, dude. Like, he's like, let's be for real. If the world goes to shit, it don't mean nothing anyway. It's like,
Popcat, very similar to what we were just looking at, right? Skipped the W, went right to the bull flag. It's already starting to sort of pop out of it. 200 EMA looks like the target. Remember our mean reversions, guys. Something breaks the 50 and shows strength, it's headed towards 200. If it breaks its 200 and shows strength, it's headed towards its 800. Arweave. No, I'll check Arweave. That is not a good Arweave chart. Still underneath its 50. And smaller W on the hourly already played out. Oh. I don't think you're quite at your measured move here yet. Measured move should take you up to your downtrend. Yeah, close enough to test it. Looks decent. Hasn't retested though, remember, right? Broke out of its W, hasn't retested it yet. So unless we get increased FOMO over the next couple days, you could come back to these levels. You're going to do one or two things. You're either going to hold on your MAs here and pop up, or you're going to come down to the full retest. But you're either looking at your 50 MA at 615, 6, or $5.80.
What do you think about Arweave? But in general, would you recommend?
I like
watching-
Arweave. I mean, if we're talking storage, right? If we're going to talk storage narrative, I mean, you got Arweave, you've got Fartcoin, you've got a couple of others, but I mean, Arweave is decent. I mean, Arweave is used a lot. It's got first mover advantage, at least for its specific tech. Its biggest competitor is kind of Fartcoin, which seems to be a little bit of older tech, you know?
Yeah, market cap's also much more for Filecoin, right?
Yeah. I like it. As a pick for that narrative, I like it. I don't think you can go wrong. And yeah, you're right. In chat they said it fell really hard. It fell really hard. This gave back so many X's, which means there's so much left on the table.
Man, I can't wait to just I hope this Litecoin. I hope it runs, man. On the back end of all this.
It should be interesting.
I've been accumulating down at the lows. It's the one good thing I've done this spot is Litecoins is the first thing I always wanted to purchase or put money towards like 4 or 5 years ago. That's like my first one I caught my eye.
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to get all the way back up to all-time highs on Arweave for
No.
10x.
Oh, no, you're joking. I apologize.
I used to like Litecoin, and then I got PTSD from a traumatic experience I had with Twitter and some so-called intern that tweeted something about Walmart.
The Walmart deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
rough,
that. I remember
bro.
that one.
Nah, that was rough. Fartcoin. I think we did Fartcoin already, didn't we? Hold on, let me check if I've got it here.
Fartcoin stinks.
Maybe I don't have Fartcoin on the list. I think I just refused to add it. I've looked at it like 7 times. I know I've done TA on it.
Yeah, don't stink up your chart like that.
Yeah, see, look, there's already TA here. It honestly doesn't look bad, bro. Technically, it doesn't. We had our big W. We haven't got up to the measured move. We put in a bull flag to help get us up there. We're halfway through that bull flag, which we haven't retested. Right. So if we're looking at retracements, possible retracements, I like that retracement back to the bull flag and then to continue that move. But technically, there's really nothing bad to say about this. It looks good. Only thing I hate about it is the name, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I have a new theory that I always think about my philosophical theories. So I have a theory that, remember when like Bill Gates, Microsoft, and all them, they're putting out all these patents to make it easy to put out shit coins and things like that, to make it really easy, and they have like a lot of patents. It seems like there was an orchestrated effort back maybe about 3, maybe even 4 years ago to super dilute the market. And I think whoever, if that was orchestrated, knew that Bitcoin was just too big and knew that like the tops were just going to get too big for their own good. And they had to dilute the market with all these coins at first. And I think it was artificially inseminated, basically. It was like a
It
thing
was
to act.
It was what?
God dang, Drew.
Artificial insemination of all these coins. I mean, not just the coins, but the dApps to make it easy to create these coins, whether it was on Polygon and some of these patents to make these dApps. It goes back to like some pretty big people, you know.
It's not a bad
I'm
shout,
thinking,
dude.
but I'm just thinking they
Yeah.
knew Bitcoin. If they wouldn't do this, Bitcoin would get to like 10, 20, 30, whatever, or no, whatever. What's the market cap? 3 trillion right now. Bitcoin would be at like $2.9 trillion. And they knew that. So they had to dilute it, I think. That's just another theory of mine. I'm just smoking. You know what's up.
That's possible. All right, so whiff. We made our W on whiff. We already broke our downtrend. We were looking at this line here as a real danger zone for whiff 39. If it came under here, it was, like I said, shit was gonna get bad quick. Our target for whiff though is 137. If you can get above 13, you've gotten past most of the hard shit and you'll probably see all-time highs. 3 targets for me. One is at 121. Next one's at 17, which was basically the support, right? And then the big one would be if you actually get that 10x getting all the way back up to all-time highs, but that is not promised. But I will save this. And then somebody said Sonic. Yeah. Oh God, this thing. So, have we found the bottom? I'm guessing is the question here, right?
Damn.
Sketchiness. Sketchy shit. I would have really liked to see a deeper right side on this W. You know, actually, I don't like that. A little bit more comfortable with that. I know we're on the daily and it looks like there isn't enough touches for that to be legit, but if you go down to the 5 minute, trust me, there's plenty of touches on the bottom of that flag. I mean, that's what you're hanging your hat on right now. Right? Because that's all you have as far as bottoming formation goes. I don't even want to draw a downtrend here because you're so far away from it that like Because the only proper way to do the downtrend is avoid the parabolic drop and just draw your downtrend. Actually, no, it's not that. It's not all that bad.
You can just see when it's the dev selling.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like no rhyme or reason. It's like just watch out below sort of shit. Yeah, coming back to the retest of that break now. You don't want to, if you're holding this, if I was holding this, I wouldn't want to play around underneath. Hey, what is wrong with my trading view today? I wouldn't want to play underneath 2182. Right, that would sort of be my line in the sand there to start looking for a reposition. And hopefully, if that retraces, you can get something closer to a something closer to what looks decent as a, you know, bottoming formation. Guns. Yeah, we've got guns here somewhere. Guns still got a big old question mark on it, man. This thing is going up, but it's going up in a bearish trend. Right, this bearish channel here is the problem for guns. Cool and all, higher highs, higher lows. But I'd really like to break out of the top of that. I'm interested coming down back at the bottom. 4.8, I'd be all over it. This looks like it's broken. We already broke the uptrend. Right, lower time frames, we are going to be, yeah, we've already lost momentum. I'd really like to come back down to like 4.8, 4.9. Yeah. If that doesn't hold, then, you know, it could be, there could be a possibility that we are in this range here. And we got a top side deviation on that range, right? Anybody that's been here long enough knows as above, so below. If that's the case, you'd be looking for price to come down, break that, and retest your support. There's really 3 areas of interest that you want to be paying attention to. One would be that downtrend. 2 would be this horizontal support. And 3 would be coming all the way back down for that deviation to test that support. That's what I'd be focused on. Did I look at Cookie? But I just looked at Cookie now. Looks great. Yep, not quite. Didn't quite hit its measured move yet, but it's quite all right. That's good. Still underneath its 50 like we talked about, right? Underneath its 50 without retesting the break of its downtrend or retesting the break of its W. Right, so your points of interest here for retracement would be retesting the break of this W and retesting the break of that downtrend. You do run into a little bit, you're gonna invalidate this W if you come down to the retest of the downtrend. So you're gonna have to find another pattern to sort of dig out of, but a retest wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I started buying Logic. I started nibbling on some BTC pairs. Started giving me interesting sort of bottoms.
I mean, that's a relief to hear that.
Yeah. Oh, you meant the other Sonic. My bad. Hold on. I got you, bro. We're talking about this Sonic. Nice little double bottom, honestly. You know it's going to be fun to come back and look at these charts in 6 months, right?
You mean we bought the top?
Either way. Either way, I'm sure we'll have a good laugh about it. Yeah, Sonic hasn't broken out yet. It is above its 50 on the daily, just barely. And it does have that vector underneath to sort of take care of. You're still sort of in a situation where you could come down. I would hate to see it come all the way down. As far as I'm concerned, this has already retested its break of a downtrend, which is what gave us the right side of that W. But I don't know if it has enough to break that 50, and you do have this vector right underneath.
Yeah, man, I'm in shock in some of these alts. How if you zoom out and look back, if these are alts that existed in like 2020, 2021, and just the setup, it's like everything here is still the bottom compared to what was going on there on a lot of these projects.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like, you remember how Jasmine, we were looking at Jasmine, it was just like a rip to 4, and then everything else was just flat line because it zoomed out so much.
Freaking 17x on that thing.
Yeah.
Jeez, bro. And then it comes all the way back down and give you a chance to do it again. Stop it, bro. It can't be. This
it
can't be real
like
life.
that, right? It can't. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Can't be this easy, bro. Something's got to give. So yeah, Sonic, I'd look for it to come back and fill that vector. If you start to come down underneath that W, something's changing here, and chances are market makers targeting this vector. In that case, you're gonna give back some gains, and you've got some decisions to make. Not out of hot water yet.
yeah, Dbloc, would you happen to have an old chart of RSR, like one that has historical from like, because I know it was launched before 2021.
Yeah, I think my
And the chart I
RSR
have,
chart has. Hold on, let me.
my chart only goes to 2023.
RSR, where are you?
I see on CoinMarketCap that it went up to like 10 cents, I think.
But I had it here already. RSR USDT perpetual takes you back to 2021.
Was it? How high did it get there? 10 cents?
13, just below 13 cents.
Okay.
So on the daily, are we over our daily uptrend? Yeah. Over our uptrend, over our 50.
What's that, Suey?
Nah, this is RSR.
To what? No, it can't be RSR.
Yeah, RSR USDT.
No, it's trading at under a cent right now.
It's at 008.
Yeah.
Hold on. It'll be the same one. Rights reserved. Yeah, 008530.
Oh, hold on. Let me refresh your YouTube. I think I'm doing the same thing. I'm on your YouTube. Oh, my bad. Yeah, dude. I had to refresh your YouTube. I'm like looking at something else. Like, what the hell is he looking at? All right. Good looks. My bad. That's my bad. I did that again.
So just like everything else, right? It put an entire low. Just now starting to break out, but it is sort of up against all of these MAs here. And it hasn't retested the break of its downtrend yet. So I would assume that we come back down to I would assume we come back down to 7-ish. Fill this vector. Hold on these MAs, probably hold that 50, honestly. And then make that move. This 800 is going to be a pretty swift rejection. You see, every time we've come up to this thing, we've gotten knocked a bit. So I would look for something.
Above that, though, you got a nice vector above that, right? Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would. That's what. Yeah, I would look for that.
Yeah,
something like that. And then if you come down underneath the right side of that W, then you probably end up getting some better prices. Jesus, what is wrong with my shit? Yeah, if you come underneath that.
man, it's a lot of high tech stuff. I don't know if it's Mercury rising.
I think it's my mouse, bro. I think I just completely abused this mouse to the point that I've got to like slam down on it now to actually get it to register. On for a new one.
Is it a plug-in mouse or with battery?
Nah, battery. It might be running out. That's possible too.
Yeah.
Let me add this to the list and we'll keep an eye. Ron does look weak, bro. Compared to how all the other gaming shit is going, I've been looking at my Ronin. I've been kind of side-eyeing my Ronin. Not gonna lie. Like, why wouldn't I be better just putting you in gun, or why wouldn't I be better just putting you in beam? And I'll be honest with you, I haven't completely come to that decision yet. So the money that's meant to go into Ronin, there's a chance that it might find itself into gun. I'm not gonna lie. Only thing that keeps me sort of holding on to Ronin is how much activity they have on chain. You know. But you know, we had our symmetrical that broke us down. We had our W that brought us back up. So for the most point, we're looking at an accumulation range here, right? That's really similar to like AI XBT. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Hold on.
Did you guys hear that the White House press secretary said this afternoon that Trump will not unilaterally reduce tariffs imposed on China?
Yeah, but you got to take what she says with a grain of salt, man.
Yeah, they're trying to flip it. Like
she's had to run back so many things. Like they like to FUD things through her and then come back and say, "Oh no, you know, it's this or whatever." So look at the accumulation on Ronin, and then look at the accumulation on AI XBT. Right, it's just very similar to me. We had that move that brought us down, had the move that brought us back up. The clear accumulation range at the bottom of a dip. So yeah, I mean, it could be the beginning of something. But it looks weak. I'm with you on that. It doesn't Not one of my warm and fuzzy holds, you know. I haven't even started buying back in. I sprinkled a little bit, but nothing significant. Took our eye off of Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing? Absolutely nothing. Whole lot of nothing.
Always got an eye on Bitcoin, even in my sleep. It's a very painful relationship I have with Bitcoin. I hate her, but I love her. Can't get enough of her.
Yeah, we got 122 viewers and 57 likes. Let's get those likes going. I just went through like 300 alts.
Smashy, smashy.
Yeah, I'll look at Myro, Darcy. Actually, I need to look at Myro. My own purposes.
Yeah, so do you think if the US dollar is like going to be finished with international trade? I mean, not totally, but let's say the BRICS stop using it. You know, they already did stop using it, right? And now a few more catch on. I mean, is the U.S. dollar close to losing its international trading status? You think?
Should be decades away.
Yeah, like at least 20 years. You think?
So, Matt, the only thing that's really given the dollar the strength it has is the petrodollar, right? That oil is basically priced against the U.S. dollar. Well, what's the next up and coming asset that's priced against the U.S. dollar that could give the dollar some strength? It's Bitcoin.
Let's go.
You know, what I don't like about Myro, bro, is how far we are away from our daily uptrend. Like, this is ridiculous, and we haven't put in any decent bottoming formation. All we have is some sort of V-shaped recovery here. So my confidence level isn't really high on this. We need to retest the 50 back down to like 1.6, and then maybe we can start looking at something that's decent to work off of. But I wouldn't be comfortable chasing this move. Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable chasing this move at all. This right side, if we come down and just test the 50, then that's sort of a W to be looking at. I'd be worried about coming down underneath that 50 because nothing here really looks strong except for that last move up. So a little worried about the mind share, but I wouldn't be chasing. This vector gap here is sort of the point of interest that you want to keep your eye on. My warmest, fuzziest coin, Jasmine. Jasmine gives me nothing but warm and fuzzies.
I'll be getting jelly when you say that.
Jazzes me up.
Let me get a drink, hold on.
Yo, I just had a vision though, man. It's gonna be a free for all. It's gonna be more of an oligarchy, and all of the big companies, they just issue their own tokens, and everything gets tokenized. One main currency will cease to exist, and all we'll have is a bunch of different options from different companies on how we interact with them. So if you go to, let's say, McDonald's is going to have its own McDonald's coin. and that's how you're going to interact. It's not going to be based on the dollar. It's not going to be based on anything. It's going to be based on what they want their tokenomics to be. And every company is going to have their own thing. I think Chase is already starting something like this. And that's why Jamie Dimon's starting to say that these RWAs can somehow replace some stablecoin functions. But
would that be for public and private companies, you think?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking mostly private at first, right? And then
yeah, I agree.
The government's still going to be doing their pilot programs, watching closely, and seeing which private company does the best, and then they're going to hire them to help them do whatever they got to do. But it's probably going to be private first.
I've actually already mentioned this idea to the company that I work for, that they should create their own coin and start profit sharing through that.
Yeah, and every company, it makes its own RWA or whatever, its own tokenized asset, digital ETF, whatever you want to call it,
It's pretty interesting.
And then and those things, most of them, I guess, they're going to be maybe on their own layer. Like Chase has its own blockchain and it just doesn't interact with anything. It's all internal, but they do have their own blockchain and they're experimenting. They've been experimenting with stuff. They even have a Ethereum node in space that they've been running for like a long time. But it's just, it makes sense that all these companies, private, are just going to make their own tokens, and that's how you interact with them. And like at first, of course, it's going to have to be, kind of measured against the dollar, so we know what value it has, or measured against something, because there has to be a unit of measure to compare it to give it its, its value. But I think it's going to end up like that, just tokenized assets everywhere.
Isn't the points system like the miles or everything that you get on air? Like it's the same thing, right? In a way.
In a way, yeah. The point system on some of these protocols, yeah, you can say, because they're redeemable, and some points you can even turn into cash. I guess that's when it gets very tokenized-ish. But that word tokenize is, I think it's going to help Bitcoin. It's going to help Ethereum. But at the same time, the maxis are going to get upset because they're like, hey, why aren't they just using Bitcoin? Why do they have to do something on top of Bitcoin? Why do they have to do something on top of Ethereum? Why don't they just use Ethereum? And it's just going to be like they want to create their own liabilities. I think they don't want to base their tokenomics on some mystery wallets that they don't know what started fresh from in the history of it. So they all have a fresh start and a fresh slate to start from. I'm going to go take another puff and see if I get any more ideas. I'll be right back.
I want some of that shit.
Yeah, bro, for sure.
What is it? It is
You got some rocks.
It's called Strainbow.
Bro, I still got that shit that my boy dropped off for 420, and it's called Duh. With like three U's. Just Duh.
You're smoking that Duh.
I was like, bro, what's this shit called? And he's like, Duh. I'm like, nah, what's it? I don't know. I don't recognize it. Am I supposed to recognize it? Like, what do you mean, Duh? He's like, no, like it's called Duh. I was like, oh. Let's just say I've been having to smoke it slow.
It's funny. Some have that name. You just know you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Bro, Drew's on that ivory tonight.
Dude, I'm feeling good, man. I just fired my lawyer, man. I don't got to run around like a madman paying his ass for dumb stuff.
I'll have to find somebody else to put them leather seats on that yacht this year.
And now I'm figuring out a way to do this filing, just like kind of a temporary representative, so I don't got to pay thousands of dollars. I'm gonna be able to file this for like $500 because the case is basically the draft is already finished.
Drew's gonna low key become a lawyer to save money on lawyers.
That's what I'm trying, man. Without
At
this
this
chat
point, you
GPT,
might as well, bro.
dude, I'm telling you, this chat GPT created a monster, man. Well, remember with all the Bronco cases I had and everything, I was like, dude, this is just too easy, man. It's just like, I mean, it's not easy. It's work, but it is. Once you get the results, you feel like, all right, it was worth it, you know.
Yeah, Darcy, the FDV is horrible, bro. We're running on a 6% float on guns. That's the bad news. The good news is there's no major unlocks until 2026. 6% float for the rest of the bull market? Yeah, I'll swing at that. Go look at their unlock schedule, Darcy. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah. So what happened with this Trump unlock? Like it pumped on the unlock or something?
I heard some shit about Trump having some sort of meeting for his top guys. I voted for this man. I wanna say this first. I want no type of drama from y'all. I voted for this man. Let's be completely clear. I've always had a problem with Trump coin. And my main reason that I have a problem with Trump coin is that it gives a vehicle for foreign governments to pay Trump indirectly for access. Not saying he would take it, not saying he would do it, but we saw it during the first election, right? During the first election, there were 3 or 4 countries that had 7 floors in Mar-a-Lago completely locked down. The reason that presidents tend to separate themselves from their businesses is so that there's no sort of, appearance of impropriety. Throwing a dinner for your top 10 wallets or your top 20 wallets on Doge that get one-to-one access, and anybody in the world can just get online right now and buy that access by buying up Trump, to me is a conflict of interest and is very unethical.
To be fair, though, I'm sure there's going to be a screening process to whoever steps anywhere close to anything.
Well, see, usually for the dinners there are, because they do the same shit for dinners, right? They'll have a $10,000 dinner, pay to meet the president, But those lists, for the most part, get vetted. You know what I mean? There's nothing stopping the top 10 list on Doge being all
right. But
different countries.
That's just the first filter, though. After they go from the first filter, it's like before they're invited, I'm sure there's going to be like forensic analysis of these people.
I don't know. I think you might be giving them a little too much credit. I think they're just trying to grab as much bread as they can. Now, I'm not saying that a dinner with the president, if you're the top holder of Trump, that he's going to do what you tell him to do. But people pay big money for that type of access, and it's not supposed to be the type of thing that you can pay for, at least when it comes for the president.
I bet you they're not going to let anyone that has anything negative that they posted on any social media, no matter what they got in the wallet, if it's like a Trump hater, they're not going to let them up there.
Oh, be interesting.
Yeah, what if Kim Jong-un and Putin also become the top holders?
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I mean. What if there's deals made, and in the background of the deals, that's one of the things that sweetens the pot? Or what if there's deals to be made that are currently in negotiations, and now you just bought $2.5 billion of my Trump coin?
Hey, as long as it's pumping, right?
But you get what I mean, right? It's a way to pass money it gives both sides the ability to be like, what? I just wanted to buy some Trump coin. What? They just bought some Trump coin. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's different. It's a way to get around sort of donations and bribes.
I mean, you could try to, but it would still be tough to get around that stuff, because like if you're physically going to be present somewhere, if everything's digitally and you're just like going to maybe, be able to log on to some site, then yeah. But if you're physically having to go to somewhere, it's, you got to go through filters, I think, to get close to Trump.
It just don't look good, It don't look good.
I mean, just imagine if you get to know tomorrow that Putin is the biggest holder of Trump. I mean, he doesn't even need to come for the dinner, but it's so bad for Trump's image. I mean, it's going to be like, look, he's helping his friend.
That's not bad. I don't think that would be bad for his image. I think that would be
Yes,
honorable.
like D's saying, it's a trust issue thing. I mean, it's gonna create, why give that rift? No, I mean that's why it's the conflict of
But it,
interest is such a big deal.
well, it depends. Think about this. Maybe we get a whole new kind of way of looking at things, and we say, okay, diplomacy and business trumps everything, and like money talks, bullshit walks. So if everyone figures out, let's all make money together somehow, and if money is the way to, whether it's done in secret channels or whether it's done on top, if there's no fighting and people are making money, it's much better than fighting, right?
Yeah, but he's the guy who signs on millions of trillions of dollars of deals and everything, So it's not a very healthy thing.
I don't know. I think it could be very healthy if it's not done with malice intent. That's the whole thing. If there's malice intent of, if it's just to hoard money for him and his family, but if there's, something happening,
That's just that's just the problem, though. It's like anything, right? The communism isn't a bad idea with a benevolent leader.
right? I agree
If
with
you
that.
have a benevolent leader, but you've got to make the rules assuming that not everybody that comes in is going to do the right thing. So to me, it's just a slippery slope. Presidents have gone out of their way before to separate themselves from any sort of financial gain through business until after, then they'll go do speeches and do a bunch of bullshit. But while they're president, they don't tend to do that.
But they all found their ways. All of them, they found their ways how to do it.
Yeah.
Whether it's crypto or something, they get away around somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Look at Nancy Pelosi. I mean, it kind of gives, but what image do you have of hers?
Yeah.
I mean, think about the dinners too. Like Obama's dinners, you pay $50,000 no matter who you were. That's
The dinners are but the dinners are different. The dinners usually come from large donors, and like you said, they're all vetted.
Yeah, I think. But
You
that's the
know
thing.
every
Even
single
the
person that's sitting there. And even if the person doesn't go to the dinner, somebody just enriched the president by $1 billion while he's president of the United States.
Yeah, I can bet money though. I would bet my money on this, my life savings. If I was the type of dude that I was online and posting anti-Trump stuff for the last year or two, and I was one of those whales holding, they still wouldn't let me go, unless like they really did like a psychoanalysis of me and kind of like kept it. They would probably like have a dude, a Secret Service guy, next to me the whole time or something.
Now that type of money doesn't come from. You would imagine if you were sitting there railing against Trump on the internet for the past year, you probably can't afford to get into the top 10 holders. Unless you really just got like, a crazy problem with him.
I mean, think about it. Maybe Jeff Bezos. I don't know.
Shit, the cartel. There's no reason why those top 10 wallets couldn't be top 10 cartel. They can afford to get, you know what I mean? That's just what I'm saying is that sort of access shouldn't be for sale. Even if they don't get allowed into the building, people that don't like Trump will point at that in the future and say, look at all the money he got from A, B, C, and D.
So then we could probably agree it's just a marketing tactic anyways.
Well, it's all money. It's all extractionary. This whole thing has been just to make money. I think.
So it's probably not even real. The whole thing gives it a use case in the marketing sense, but it's not.
Well, from Trump's perspective, he's probably saying, well, I don't care what they give me. It doesn't mean I have to do what they say. I'll take their money.
Yeah.
Right. But usually the way things are with presidents is that the appearance of impropriety is just as bad as any sort of impropriety. Right. So they tend to avoid anything that looks sketch when it comes to money. But I mean, this man already 10x'd his net worth before he became president. So anything at this point, it's like.
But yeah, man, I had a feeling. I was saying back a few months ago, I was like, dude, Trump's going to do something silly and try to give this coin a use case while he's president.
That $5 million golden ticket is another one. It's like, bro, like you could just buy your way in for $5 million.
I thought it was just going to be airdrops. I thought you're going to get like new Solana NFT airdrop, some corny, picture of him holding who knows what.
No, I'm talking about the visa that he introduced, where if you pay $5 million, it's like, pass go, don't go to jail,
Oh yeah,
get
you
right
get to
in.
come
Yeah.
here. You're good to. Hey man, it's like let's make money somehow. It's like I
Nah,
know people
he's hustling, bro. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's the hustle.
He's
It's
trying
like
to get to the bag, even if it's not the bag. Like, he's trying to get to the bag himself too, but he is trying to get to the bag for the country. He's trying to bring back as many dollars as he can.
he's been tooting it too since he was young too, and he was like, he kind of was like, all right, watch me, if no one's gonna do it, I'm gonna try to do it, and he's trying. So I don't know, and he's almost getting killed for it. So I'll give
Doesn't
him
matter.
props on that.
Listen, a lot of people don't understand Trump's motivation. Trump's dad was treated like shit in real estate. New York real estate is really, really cliquey. And the Trump family were outsiders. So much so that they literally screwed all of his deals up inside New York and made him go to New Jersey. And that's where that's where Trump's dad really made his money in real estate, was in Jersey. As soon as Trump was able to get his foot back in New York City, it has been pure vengeance, bro. Exactly, Connor. It's been pure. I'm going to pay you guys back. You said we didn't belong. I'm going to show you we belong. And that's why he doesn't care about anything that anybody says. He's been dealing with that shit his whole life.
And that fat portfolio too, I wouldn't care that much either. What's going on?
Yeah, especially now. Especially now.
His port is chilling.
Trump has way more money right now than he did than when he first took office. Way more money. And I mean, obviously he wasn't broke before, but
Straight up golden era. We got gold. Is gold still above 3K?
gold is crazy, bro.
Is it still above 3K? Probably, right?
Yeah, it's what are we at? Yeah, 334. Nuts. So we
Yeah, I
had
think it's
two
gonna
sort of
fly.
retracement levels that we were watching. It came down to the second one.
The 3 might be a new floor.
Possible. I think it has one more swing in it, honestly, and then after that, it's a wrap. But I think we're just looking at one of these sort of retracement before it takes that one last swing.
I feel like some buys are about to come in Bitcoin right here. Just listening to the little sonar buys. But if this support doesn't hold here, Bitcoin might try to test that 91K area again.
Yeah, we've got two sort of areas. We got two areas of interest to watch here. This green downtrend is our last sort of hope for remaining bullish. We've held that really nicely. We've had stopping volume candles to sort of signal continuations each time we've hit that. And then our second point would be completing this M. Right, if we come down and we complete this M pattern and come through this vector, then we're looking at going through, let me turn on the liquidations. Looking at going through all that goodness right there. What are the 5 minute? We'll track momentum here. Got the break of momentum on the 5 minute at 935. We retested here and tried to get above, but couldn't get that 13 back over. So it looks pretty good for a retracement here. We should retest that 50 EMA a couple more times before it finally gives out. Kyle, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you, Kyle. W sub. Yeah, pain in the ass to watch, but this is all that matters right here on the screen right now. we get above and invalidate that M, or we come down to the neckline, break it, and grab those liquidations. There's more than enough liquidations to at least take us down to that, to test that uptrend though. Jacob said, how many hours to the final retest? If I could tell you that, brother, I would go to sleep and wake up at that time.
Amen.
Yeah, there's a gap on SPY and futures.
We'll take a look
The
at
downside.
legacy.
Since Trump's comments came out after market close, so futures opened up with a big gap, and SPY has a big gap. I think he's about to fill that gap down below.
Yeah, that's sort of what. So being able to hold this range here is going to be important. I think we really, really need to get above 5.3. I'm really shooting for this gap, I'll be honest. I think this gap fills.
That's the gap from yesterday, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yesterday that it did. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much of a drop. I mean, I guess for legacy it is, right? You'd be looking at 2.5%. Might take a couple days to get there, but I don't think that gets left behind. Backing up though and kind of looking at where we're at.
Yo, man, I keep on getting crazy visions, man. I don't
So
know what
having
this guy.
this retest here is decent, right? This is what we were looking for. Come back down to that range and hold. But I do think we need to fill that last gap before we keep it moving.
When you said something about sleep, I just had a vision again on this. I don't know what's in this weed, but it was a proof of sleep coin. And what if like we turn into the Matrix, and that's what the whole thing is like? There's proof of motion, proof of sleep, proof of activity, basically proof of human activity, and that's what would kind of.
Well,
fill the
that's what that world coin shit is, right? It's supposed to be proof of humanity.
Ooh,
And it's
that's
meant to
right.
sort of you know, to identify you online to make sure that you're not a bot, basically, right? So it would be a passport. It'd be some sort of protocol where you'd have to prove you were a human at some, you know, at some point, one way or another. They're doing it with eye scans, which is very dystopian shit, but okay.
Yeah.
But
And the scanner looks
the
like
point
an
of it,
emoji, right?
the point of it really is to have that proof that you're a human, and then have that sent everywhere instead of you having to prove you're a human at every single site. So it's like a passport.
Yeah,
Immutable X has something called immutable passport. It's the same thing for Web3. You prove you're a human. You hook up all your accounts to it. They want to see your socials. They want proof that you're a person, and then they give you a stamp, and you take that stamp with you when you go to places, basically.
Yeah, I remember Immutable X.
All right, so as far as S&P goes, right, this gap up, this is the gap up from today. This gap
yeah,
is the
that's
gap from, yeah. So we would have to fill that gap first, which we've already started to fill for the most part, right? So actually, I take it back. It isn't just 2%. Oof, I don't know. Maybe that gap does get left behind, but I just get the sneaking suspicion
that bottom gap. I think that bottom gap is good, honestly. But that gap from yesterday, I think definitely is gonna get filled.
yeah, this one should get filled soon.
That's where it's all gonna go, man.
So
it's all gonna go. Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. Just real quick. So this gap, was the target we were looking at for the cup and handle, basically. But just like everything else that we've been looking at, right? We've got our W. We've got our W forming, or formed, I should say, for the part. And we're just looking for that breakout.
Yeah, so
Now,
there's proof.
go
Oh,
ahead.
my bad.
Nah, go ahead.
The proof of life coin. So think about it. In the future, man, it could really be on some matrix. And imagine AI figures out a way to run these protocols, and they need humans to do the verifications, because you can't have digital verification verify digital verification. They need something that's organic to verify instead of us needing other electronic things to verify. And then that's when the matrix really starts. Spooky. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, I think everybody's shooting to get back from the dip, right? To get up to that 614. Question is that right side in yet? And the truth of the matter is that we could revisit those lows, still keep this W, clear all those gaps, and honestly still be somewhat bullish, but I just can't imagine the news that would have to pop up tomorrow for us to take that sort of a dip, which means it would have to be a prolonged dip, right? It'd have to be a slow sort of drawdown. I don't know. Maybe it gets left. We've seen stranger things happen before, right? Not very often, but you've seen those gaps on the dailies get left before.
Hey, Dbloc, when you're looking at pairs in the bull run, do you buy BTC ETH pair, or would you buy ETH BTC pair?
I'm a little confused by the question. What do you mean?
So you know how you can buy spot pairs.
Yeah, yeah.
So
To
if you
trade the
have
actual pair
BTC,
itself.
yeah, I mean, what's the best strategy with the pairs?
Well, I mean, me personally, I don't trade pairs. Like, I don't trade the actual pair product that they offer on exchanges. What I mean by trading pairs is right now I'm holding Bitcoin. When I go to buy my Ethereum, I'm using Bitcoin to buy that Ethereum. Right, so it's my Satoshi value that matters when it comes to buy the actual ETH. Trading the pairs, it's like trading against. Trading those pairs is the same as if you would hold Bitcoin when ETH BTC was bleeding, or if you would hold ETH when BTC ETH was bleeding. But for that, you could just own. For that, you could just own the asset. That's why I never really mess with it. You know what I mean?
If you're buying a pretty significant amount on, let's say, low liquidity, and there's a lot of low liquidity with those pairs too, you got to be careful with slippage, right? When you do Bitcoin, ETH pairs and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, depending on the exchange, because they're not very commonly traded anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
But for me, the ETH BTC chart, or the any BTC chart, really any alt BTC chart, is just to decide, should I be holding this alt or should I be holding Bitcoin? But ETH BTC is what you want to hold when ETH is going up. Your BTC ETH would be what you want to hold when BTC is going up, if you wanted to trade the pairs.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Like shorting the ETH BTC pair was money. He's like, but it's actually the same as if you just long BTC. It all comes out in the wash. Yeah, Santo, I was thinking the same thing, man. It's a nice chunky gap, but I just can't imagine the SPY dropping another 20%. Not with like the sort of, you know what that would take? That would take a really bad China-US meeting. That would take all of the bullishness that was priced in the last couple of days to be swept away. One fell swoop.
Did you hear the statement released by Rodney Hood, who's the acting comptroller of, let's see, OCC? National banks and federal savings associations are well positioned to support crypto assets activities from within the federally regulated banking sector. Using stable coins for payment activities is now legally permissible.
Yeah, the banks they passed a law that the banks can do anything they want with crypto that's legal. And everything is legal with crypto. The problem with that is, guys, we cannot, and there's no way to stop them except for not supporting them. We cannot let these banks start doing that fractional reserve lending with Bitcoin, or it's a wrap. And they're going to try. I promise you they're going to try. But yeah, the way it was worded was funny, right? They can use any financial instruments that are legal. And then you're like, well, what's illegal in crypto? Nothing. You basically just gave them, you know, carte blanche to do whatever they want. The way we can fight against banks is just preaching self-custody, bro. Preaching self-custody and hoping that technology comes out that makes self-custody easier, because we can do it and it's fine. It's no big deal. But your aunt and your mom and your grandma, if they're anything like mine, it's a little bit outside of their skill set, you know? They're going to be the ones that run right to the bank with the Bitcoin, right? Because that's where the money's at. That's where my 401k is. That's where my life savings are. I trust them already.
And they might start moving to like things like RWA backed stablecoins, crazy things like that. It's gonna get crazy, man. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what this next 10, 20 years could be like.
What if the fractional reserve was a derivative that had money in and out of it, and it wasn't directly Bitcoin? I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I know what you mean. They would have to get, I mean, you would have to get creative, right? Because unlike the dollar, you can't just create Bitcoin. But what they can create is debt, right? So they buy up a bunch of Bitcoin. Every Bitcoin that you put in, if they do it like they're doing with, used to be 9 to 1. Actually, I take that back. Used to be 7 to. It used to be 7. Every $7 that you put in out of 10 could be loaned out to somebody else. 3 of it couldn't be touched. Then it went to 1. 9 out of $10 that you put in the bank are immediately sent to somebody else as a loan that they then have to repay. Right? After Trump's first one, it's 10 to it's 10. It's all 10. Every single dollar you put in the bank is now open to be loaned out. So the problem is, if you do that with Bitcoin, you're gonna create situations where there can be a run on the bank and it completely just kill the price of Bitcoin, depending on what bank has issues.
And then,
because we know how it is with money, right? We can't all go to the bank right now and get all our money out. It's just not there. And if I go to the bank and I can't get my money, and I tell you, hey, I went to the bank and I couldn't get my money, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna go to the bank, or you're gonna go to the bank next to it, and the person next to you is gonna, and then there's just gonna be a run on the banks.
and if all the banks collapse, theoretically they would actually net zero. because the people
Well,
that
they
would
would go,
lose
they
would
would
be
go, they would go bankrupt, and they would keep the Bitcoin. Is what they would do. They're not gonna pay nobody back. They just go bankrupt, keep the Bitcoin. Right now, if you go to your bank and you look at when you sign your bank account, it tells you 1,000%. If anything happens to this bank, we're using your funds to pay for our debts, and then you can get your shit back from FDIC.
right.
They'll do exactly the same thing for Bitcoin.
Oh man, dude,
You
that
know?
fires me up. I want to
Yeah.
fight somebody right now.
Bankers are bankers, bro. Bankers used to be boring, right? Bankers back in the day was a boring ass job. It was like being a salesman. You went to work and you did a boring ass job, and it wasn't until we started letting them get into all these creative, quote unquote, financial instruments, right? Or yeah, kind of Ponzi's, for lack of a better word, that we turned them into masters of the universe. Right? They went from being this sort of lonely, like second rate, blue collar job to now all of a sudden, But yeah,
That's
it is what it is.
That's kind of like stable coins. Like, can you still short stable coins?
Every once in a while, when something depegs, you'll get some. Yeah, there's some exchanges that'll let you do
Bro,
it. Yeah.
like, can we stop that? I mean, I just mean in terms of like, our community shouldn't want that just type of thing in general. It's like that's the
Well,
kind
there's
of thing
two. That's a different. So there's a different argument, right? Are we going to make it a free market? Is this going to be permissionless, right? Where everybody can just, or are we going to start setting rules and boundaries? And if we start setting rules and boundaries, who's setting them? And who's going to be setting them in 10 years? And who's going to be setting them in 20, right? So unfortunately, we can't avoid some of that shit. Like, even in the best financial system, you're going to get somebody using the money to do some screwed up shit. Right? Which is why I think it's funny when they're like, well, crypto's for money laundering and drug dealing and all of this shit. And it's like, you know what else is for drug dealing? Cash. For the longest time. Sex trafficking, all of that shit that you put on crypto, we've been doing for cash for how long? Generations. And before that, shells and gold and teeth and whatever. It's a tool. People are going to use it for evil, right? All you have to do basically is do the best job you can in educating people on what's a safe investment and what isn't, and make sure that when people are speculating and gambling, that they know they're speculating and gambling. That's all. That's really all you can do.
Yep.
And then after that, everybody makes their own decision. Where you chose to gamble, cool. Don't go to Congress saying that you want money back for money lost. Like, that's not how this game works.
Yeah, I would want the coin itself in creation or whatever, or to implement itself based off its community kind of thing, even though I don't really know if stables have communities like that or how voting works kind of thing. But I wouldn't want any outside regulation. I would want each one to be that way on the front end. If I'm willing to invest, I know basically how far the coin can go in terms of like derivatives of it.
There's good things the government can do and bad things, right? Like, what we want is the government to come in and demand that these stable coins produce proof of their reserves, proof of their assets and their liabilities. Right? Don't show me that you have $30 billion if you owe $45 billion and you're not showing us that you owe. You know what I mean? Like, those are the type of regulations that we want, because then as a consumer, we can make educated decision. Okay, I don't want to put my stables in this because their liabilities are starting to look a little crazy, so I'm going to move to this. That's it. But telling them what they can offer, when they can offer it, how they can offer it, to who they can offer it, for how long they can offer it, they need to keep their hands off all of that type of shit.
Couldn't you theoretically put the stable coins financial statements on the blockchain so that it was always known
Yeah, that'd be the best way to do it.
Nice.
But things have to go bad for that to happen, right? Like, it wasn't until FTX went down that Crypto.com came out of nowhere without anybody saying anything, saying, hey, look, we just released our financials. It has our liabilities and our assets. And it was like brand new. And it almost forced every other exchange to do the same thing. And so that's what self-regulation looks like. Right? That's what we should be doing, honestly. These memes should have been self-regulated, meaning there should be a barrier of entry. $30 to start a meme coin is ridiculous. To be able to rug pull $1 million is like, The industry should have
Yeah.
stepped in and put some sort of barrier to entry, even if it was financial.
A lot of companies were being slick at that time. Remember, they were like borrowing money to show their assets and then giving it back.
Yeah, the crypto.com got caught lending. Well, I think they lent.
Yeah,
I think
I
they
forget,
lent
but
Bybit some money or something.
there's a few companies that got caught. They're doing that. They're like, okay, let's take a snapshot real quick and then give them money
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, it's like Drew sends me some money. I take a snapshot of my portfolio. I send it back to Drew, and then I send off my portfolio. Like, look, this is what I have backing.
Heads do that.
Luna kind of did something like that back in the day when they were selling the Bitcoin and then they bought it back, and it's something I can't remember, but yeah, it's wild. It's a wild world out there.
It's usually when they get degen, bro. Like everything. Look at what happened recently with what was it? That coin that just dropped to shit with not OM.
It was OM that dropped the shit.
Yeah, yeah. That one was bad, but that's not the one I'm talking about. Can't remember what it was. Anyways, the point is they were offering regular lending and borrowing sort of services, and they were doing very well. And then they started getting creative, and they started getting into some of this high yield shit, and they started getting into some of these like investment baskets where the treasury invests in these coins, and our yield is this much, and we're
which one? Magic Internet money?
and it went to shit. It all fell apart. It all fell apart on them.
I weighed out all those yields to see stable. I mean, kind of like an AVAX or an ADA or a Ethereum.
If I don't know where the yield, well, you know the old saying, right? If you don't know where the yield is coming from, then you're the yield. Like if you look at a project and you're like, how are you paying, how are you giving me 15% on a stable? Like, how does this work? Like, what's the what are the mechanisms here that allow you to pay me? You're the mechanism. Yeah, it's you.
Bro,
You're reinvesting your money. The guy before you, you're getting his money. The guy after you is getting your money until the music stops.
Sometimes you find yourself in a Twitter space and it's just you and maybe 3 other dudes and like 500 bots. And then you're like, oh, we're chill, man. Look at the community. And you go back and you look at the wallets on chain. You look at the Ether scan. Like, oh, look at all these wallets, man. Active movement.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's like 2 devs running like 500 bots, and it's just you and your boy sitting there.
Bro, that was the NFT game. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
It's like I have a Dbloc NFT and I sell it to Drew for 10,000, and then I buy it back from him for 20, and then he buys it back to me from 40, and people are like, oh, this thing is going parabolic.
Yeah,
and then some idiot buys it from us for 100.
Yeah, people are getting away with that. They're still getting away with that, man. It's crazy.
Yo, NFTs were the biggest money laundering scheme I've ever seen, bro.
So dirty. So dirty.
The most obvious one was Bored Ape Yacht Club. Those dudes laundered so many Ethereum profits through that. I'm not snitching. It's already out there. People already know, but
Yeah, they had that set up where if you had the apes, you earned bananas or something, and you got paid in ApeCoin.
Yep.
We're getting so much.
ApeCoin, people say that Doge is the first meme, and it is, but ApeCoin was the father of the current day meme cycle that we see. Meaning, that was the first time that an NFT project took a non-fungible token, right? Which means, you just bought this coin and it had a Bored Ape with hopefully you got the one with the laser eyes, and it was the one that everybody wanted, and you made a bunch of money. And they took that idea and they made it fungible, right? So now instead of a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT that you're hoping you get the right one and 1,000 people are going to be happy and 10,000 aren't going to be, they turned them into memes, and now you buy a ape meme. I mean, now you buy a ape meme coin, and every meme coin is just like the other one. And it's not about getting the laser eyes. It's about buying as many of them as you can, having more than the other person. But it's the same exact thing. They just figured you can make much more money way more money with meme coins than you can with NFTs as a project. Because these projects are only putting out, 4,000 NFT sets, 10,000 NFT sets. There's only so many of those you could sell. Yeah, now you don't even get the JPEG. Exactly, Santo. You get one JPEG that everybody shares. Whatever the little picture is on the meme, that's your JPEG. That's the NFT. Actually, if you want to really break it down, it's NFT real world assets. They took one NFT, they tokenized it into 1 billion different shares, and everybody's trading that.
Yeah, I like this, what I'm hearing. So get this. The European Central Bank warns that Trump's pro-crypto stance could trigger financial contagion that may destabilize Europe's economy, according to Politico. That's a pretty big outlet,
Yeah,
Politico.
sounds good. Sounds good. Scared. Just say you're scared. If you're scared, say you're scared.
Exactly. The ECB fears that a surge in the U.S.-backed stablecoins could lead to flight of European capital into U.S. Ow! Watch out, Zeusy. You better hold on to that franc and that euro. They don't even got francs no more. Where you at, Zeusy? Better hold on to that euro tight because it's trying to leave Euro. It's trying to leave Europe. We're going to have euros in our pocket over here. Pretty interesting, though. If the ECB is fearing that a surge of U.S.-backed stablecoins lead to a flight of European capital into the U.S.
There's one more tariff coming, in my opinion. And it's one that nobody's talking about, but I see it as clear as day. Mark my words. Before the end of this 4 years, we're going to see a tariff on foreign investments.
Well, there's already a little tax on foreign investments.
They're going to tariff the shit out of it. I have a feeling. I've already heard him say a couple things that lead me to think, oh boy. Because he's like, he said, where else are you going to put your money? Where else are you going to put your money? You got to bring it here.
Yeah, I hope that happens after I sell my apartment in Europe.
Yeah. But isn't he calling for people to come and invest? Like, why would he tariff that?
Yeah, but I think that he could very well, and maybe there'll be a limit on it, right? Like maybe it'll be a tariff under or over a certain amount, or a tariff on. I don't know exactly how they'll structure it, but that's a pool of money that I think he knows that he can peel 5 or 10% out and not stop the investment. Yeah, most big money will not stop investing if they have to pay a 10% tariff on their investment.
I mean, that would be really bad.
Yeah, it would. No, I'm not for it. I don't think it's a good idea at all. I'm actually worried about it.
Yeah, because generally countries give incentives to people to come and invest. I mean, they'll give free land or free electricity or discounts on, I mean, this is the opposite of that.
No, I don't even mean on business investments mostly, but stock market investments.
No, and it's not restricting people to come in, it's not going to tax people trying to do business in America. It's taxing Americans trying to do business outside
It's
of America.
foreign investment dollars, yeah.
Yeah, so when Americans want to invest, let's say in India, or if Americans want to invest in Europe somewhere, they're going to have to pay a premium if they're not investing in the U.S., but they're investing out of shores.
Excuse me.
That's, I mean, they would just set up a different company, a sister concern, and, I mean, that's not a... There are loopholes to, go through that.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah, of course. 100%.
That's why this thing with the tariffs, what really sucks about the tariffs is the indecision, right? That in between where we don't know what the actual number is. But once people know what the number is, that then we can get to work. And we figure out ways to get around it, figure out ways to minimize the damage or whatever.
We got a little bit of sell action on Bitcoin coming through right now. Yeah,
we're coming to our first point of interest, which is that uptrend. So we'll see how we act here. But I think they'll take it, at least take all of these liquidations.
Man, I'm just piling up a little position here, even though you might not know I'm being risky with it.
So early, bro. Why so early? Like we just started to drop.
I'm just thinking because the way this is lined up, man. It seems since it just got listed on Coinbase.
Oh, you're talking. I thought you were talking about Bitcoin. What are you talking about?
RSR. I'm just
Gotcha.
accumulating as much as I can every
Yeah,
dip
yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. The good thing is that, Darcy, that would be just one more tariff that doesn't affect crypto at all. Listen, all this tariff shit really does shine a light on Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin and gold. Other than that, very few. I mean, there's very, very few investments or places that you can sit your money that aren't getting hit in a roundabout way by this tariff. By these tariffs, I should.
I mean, there's probably a lot of commodities that are pretty safe, right?
I mean, depends on where they come from.
Well, yeah.
Right?
US
Not
is
if they're
a-
mainly
yeah.
sourced, you know, somewhere that's getting, because the reciprocal tariffs are, you know, are a thing too. It's not just one way here.
So is the decision final? Are they saying Bitcoin's a commodity?
That's for what I know, that's been established. I'm way past that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but now they're trying
They've already established that.
But for IRS tax purposes, they're still saying it's property.
But I would have to talk to my guy.
Yeah, tax.
I'm not
tax
sure.
purposes.
I'm not sure this year.
Yeah, I know last year I thought it was considered property.
That's fine too. Do that.
Yeah, I got nothing against that. But the whole thing with the capital gains, we might have a little bit better capital gains if it's commodity, I think, rather than
Well, we want
property.
us to be recognized as legal tender, because then they can no longer, you can no longer get taxed on its appreciation. But that's a dream. You know what I mean?
Man, it's not too far fetched.
It's not. We've
Wait,
had plenty of dreams come true in crypto.
Does gold not get capital tax if you trade gold?
No, you gotta. No, you've gotta. You have to pay taxes on your gold profits.
Unless you rolled over losses from years you got wrecked.
You pay tax on any dollar that you make. Anything above what you put in, when you take it out, they want their piece.
There are some things that you don't, but that's limited. Like if you buy a church.
Church of Crypto here.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna start a church where everybody gets to stay the same religion that they already are.
Oh, you mean Freemasonry?
And then we just don't have to pay taxes about that.
That's what Freemasonry is. All you got to do is admit that there's a God. Doesn't matter what religion. And then you could become one of them. They try to get me in their plan. They do good things, some of them. Some of them do some sketchy things too.
You pay property tax, but you don't pay the appreciation, right? But yeah, you gotta pay property tax.
Bro, what the hell are you talking?
I know, man. I gotta stop smoking this strain, bro. I gotta get something else.
Or just switch it up. Yeah. Maybe make like a salad or something. Mix a couple up.
I got all types of stuff here. I got some earthquake. Which Singapore? Oh, Singapore Sling. Yeah, that's crypto friendly. Some Singapore Sling. Let's go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, they just want their peace, bro. They just want their peace. I learned everything I needed to learn about government from my cousin growing up. He told me very simply. He's like, look, you're on their block. You know how it is. You're on somebody's block, you make $1, they're gonna want 5 cents. If you're not big enough to beat them up, then you pay them the 5 cents. You know what I mean? Like, as simple as it is, yo.
Unless you got a big brother to come through.
Yeah, I mean, you just this is not our shit. As much as we love the country, and we're like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not our shit. We're making money here, making a living, taking care of our families or whatnot. They just want their chunk. They want their piece. I love tax time. I cut that check, and I know that they're gonna leave me alone for the next 365 days. I want no problems.
Yeah, I mean it's a pat on the back every time you do your tax. Like, all right, but it's still, you got to admit, man. It's like sometimes it's like, man, they're taking a little bit too much advantage from us, and
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to get those 2-3K checks, like when it was when it was the other way, with tax time, and you would actually like get money. But I'm not gonna lie, it does feel good to. I mean, you got to think. You know what I mean?
yeah,
The
but
more
we're
you
still getting
pay,
hit
the
on
more you
head,
pay,
man.
the more you made.
We're getting hit on the head in every single angle because we're paying tax on everything we buy. We're getting taxed every angle there is. Like we're gonna be getting taxed the air we breathe pretty soon.
But the truth is, we don't own shit, bro. We don't own shit. So we got to pay tax on the shit that we buy, because the roads that the stuff got delivered on have to get paid for. The roads that we didn't build, the delivery companies that we don't own, the logistics system that we don't control. You know what I mean? So it's like
just the sales tax alone that the U.S. generates from just services and goods would be enough to cover if they manage it properly.
Yeah, you saw this extra shit that we're paying for, though, but they had to get that money from somewhere. All that money that Doge department found, they had to get that money from somewhere, bro.
Yeah, man.
It just keeps slapping on a new tax.
It's just crazy there. It's way too much, man. People from like 100 years ago, if they would have known how much people are getting taxed now. I mean, I guess like people from like 200 years ago is much worse too, though. It's like,
listen, the not to get dark, but the truth of the matter is that in this country, for the most part, slavery was never really abolished. It was definitely cleaned up, made acceptable. You're allowed to go home now in your own house that you own, that you bought, but who'd you buy it from? In clothes that you bought, that you chose, that nobody can tell you what clothes to wear, but who brought the clothes in? At the end of the day, the trick is to make sure that you make enough money to feed your family, but not enough to not have to work tomorrow. And sometimes they use taxes to control that balance, right? You make just enough money to do what you have to do, but you never really seem to be able to get to the point where, unless you try really hard, and obviously that's what everybody's here to do, but average Americans, for the most part, will go through their whole lives just making enough to make sure everybody's okay, but never making enough to not have to go back to work tomorrow. One of the old heads told me that a long time ago. He said, don't think you're a slave just because they let you go home.
Makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
They just don't need to keep you anymore. They don't need to keep people locked up on the, go. They'll be back.
Like indentured servantry they used to do.
And the crazy thing is that people get so used to it that you eventually just end up bragging to other people about how kind the guy that you work for is, and my guy's better than your guy. Look at all the benefits that I'm getting here. It's like
with 40 acres and a mule with indentured servitude. They're like, oh yeah, we got 40 acres and a mule. They're being so kind to us.
Damn, I wonder what Freddie's doing now, man. Old Freddie. He used to just sit in front of the store and say, they didn't free the slaves. They just enslaved us all. And that was his thing, bro. And he used to just rant and rant and rant.
Probably dropping some signs though.
Yeah, they usually do, bro. People like that are a little bit off. Sometimes it's because it's too much to deal with, bro. Some of this shit, if you really sit and think about it all the day, can screw you up.
Well, yeah, man. If you get exposed to the real, man, I think it's real enough to just drive you crazy.
Nah, that's the red pill isn't for everybody, right? Some people just want to take the blue pill and go back into the matrix where they're happy and the state tastes good. And there's nothing wrong with that.
There ain't no going back for me.
Now, once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? Like,
you can't, bro. You can't, bro. You can't.
It's good though. I'm here for it. I was never under any illusions that everything was perfect and fair, you know? It almost feels better to have a better sort of understanding of how things are screwed up. It's almost like if you're getting screwed, it feels better to know how you're getting screwed than just to be getting mystically screwed and not understand what's happening, you know?
Expectations.
No. That's why I
And
love
we got it
crypto
good.
though, bro. Because crypto is like, bro, honestly, like aside from all the bullshit, like crypto is the only thing out right now that lets you pull yourself out of that system without anybody's help but yourself. You, what you know, your computer, the decisions that you make. It's like a complete meritocracy, right? If you deserve to do well, you'll do well. If you put in the
Right.
work and you know what I mean, and there's nobody stopping you, there's nobody keeping you from that promotion, there's nobody telling you you can't get the loan because you look like this or you come from here.
I've kind of always thought of it like golf, just a game against yourself kind of thing.
Yeah. Tax is fine, kind of. You got to pay your taxes. Like I said, this is their shit. Unless you want to trade crypto and go find an island somewhere, you know, sovereign, make your own kingdom. That shit sounds dope too, honestly. But at the very least, they can't stop you from making it. Right?
If you have a good driving record and a vehicle too, you know, he can't stop you from being like a delivery guy on these apps now these days. There's a
It's
lot of
getting,
sources.
it's, you know, it's getting democratized, bro. It's like cutting out the middleman. Like you still need Uber Eats because they run the app, right? But there's nothing stopping you from going around your neighborhood, finding 5 people saying, hey, I'll pick up your shit every day. Just give me, you know what I mean? Like the
Exactly.
technology is there to be able to do it without anybody.
Yep. Yep. All you need is the tools in
You
front
use
of
a
you.
phone and a car.
You have to have a clean record too.
My mom, bro, she's been taking Uber to work, and one of her Uber drivers was like, "Yo, I live right in the neighborhood. Like, you just call me directly. Like, don't even use the app. You just call me directly." Da da da. And I guess they rode together enough times where they built, you know, a relationship where they're friends. And he makes way more money just charging her direct, right? He doesn't have to
Yeah.
pay Uber the cut. He does take a risk, right, because of the insurance and all that. So you gotta, if anything happens and it's not an Uber ride, he's gonna have to pay for it. Whereas if you're driving on Uber, you know, it's covered or whatever, and Uber gets you customers. So it's like, it's just ease, right? If you want it easy, you're gonna have to pay for it. If you want to do all the work yourself, then you're gonna make more. It's like everything else.
Part-time jitney.
Yeah, remember the dollar cabs back in the day, bro?
Yeah. Huh?
They were before their time. If they would have just had an app, you know?
I mean, some of them had the CBs, you know, the radios.
My dollar cab was crazy, but my dollar cab used to ride with the door open all the time, and it was one of the side doors, and he would barely stop for you at the stop.
That's
Like
funny.
you had to hop out at a slow sort of drift. But yeah, pay your taxes, y'all. Unless you got access to IRS level lawyers and a public police department enforcement small militia to keep you out of jail, I suggest you pay all your taxes.
And not only that, claim your losses too. Like,
Yeah, take every advantage, yo. Take every single advantage.
when you have
Listen, guys, if
report,
we know that this
report.
tax system is meant to benefit businesses and not individuals, right? We already know that. And we sit and complain about it, but become a business. Open that LLC up. Get yourself some of these tax advantages that are meant for businesses. Or we could just sit and complain, keep complaining about it and shit. But I mean, somebody who had an established LLC during COVID got way more money than somebody that just got a couple stimulus checks.
Yeah, and report your losses so you can roll them over if you got losses.
If you run your family, you support your family, you're using many different income sources to do that. You're trading, you're working. That's a business. It's a family business. Rich people have something that they call a family business, right? A family office. And it's incorporated. And they get all their tax benefits. Everything runs through the family office.
How come I only let me roll over 3K?
Depends on how you do it. If you have a LLC, I think that number goes up substantially. I can't remember how much it is, and then there's other ways to there's other ways to
As an
handle it.
individual, they won't let me go over 3.
And there's also
They
well,
can
that's why, like I said, the family office. Because what happens in a family office is now you hire your wife and kids, right? Your wife and kids become employees. They also get access now that you have a company and they're employees. They have access to 401ks. So now the money that you give them is a match, and it's tax free. There's just a lot that you can do as a business that you can't do as an individual. And I know the point is to encourage people to become individuals, but you can't help but feel like the point is to keep individuals down, right? But you got to play the game.
Like,
if you're not gonna take care of me as an individual, then all right, watch this.
Yeah, because that's what they did, and they said I could only do 3K every year.
Yeah, so it'll roll over for a couple. At least it's better than losing it, right? Because eventually you're gonna get it back in savings.
Bro, it was 80K.
Yeah, it's gonna be. You just have to stay alive that long, bro. Make sure you stay alive long enough to get everything back on your rollover, and then you can't lose anything else, right? Or you're adding to that rollover number too. They're slick, bro. They're not stupid.
Did you know? Is there a limit on how long I can do that?
Nah, as long as you've got funds there, it'll roll over.
So as long as I'm reporting something, I'll never pay taxes again until I.
Well, unless if your tax bill is less than 3K, yeah, it'll offset.
Which always is.
Yeah, then you're good for. Yeah, then you're good for a couple of years, or probably a while.
Got something out of it.
That's the point, though. That's the point of all of this.
Oh,
but if your losses are greater than that 3,000, if your loss is greater than 3,000 as a limit, then you can carry over that to the future years, whatever.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So basically, he's got no tax bill as long as his income stays the same. He has no tax bill for the next couple decades.
Oh my god! Well, at least I did something.
Yeah. It makes no sense to not take advantage. That's what I was saying before tax time. Guys, if you're down 60% on your alts for, not financial advice, but if you sell that and you literally buy it right back, you can still claim that loss and you haven't lost a single coin. I don't care if you're down $10,000 on your 100,000 Doge. You sell that, take the $10,000 loss, buy it back. You got your $100,000 Doge. Now you got a $10,000 paper loss. It's completely legal in crypto. Wash sales have not been made illegal in crypto yet. You can't do that. You can't do that on.
You can't do it on legacy, but how can they? How could they technically prove that I was just not hesitant and had nothing to do with me trying to do a tax advantage thing? I was just hey, I felt like selling here. And then
they don't care. They don't care. Doesn't matter if you meant it or not.
That's crazy though. That
Yeah.
should that if you're a good lawyer should be able to fight that.
Bro,
Like that.
people get tax bills, get really surprised by tax bills because they bought a day earlier than they were supposed to on legacy. They bought back their asset a little bit early and they
Right,
didn't,
but what I'm saying is, I bet you if somebody tested that, they'd be able to fight it based on just basic, governmental rights and human rights. That they can't control you like that because if you're able to, if it's open season, like unless they have a strict guidelines that you cannot buy or sell at this hour, they can't say what was in your mind when you were buying and selling. What was your intention?
but there is a guideline. That's what I'm saying. There's a
Oh,
guideline
they
that's
have. Okay, so
yeah,
you're not allowed to
on
sell.
legacy you can't I believe it's 30 days. Don't I believe it's 30 days. Which is
Okay, so
why
there's
when
a
we get that
guideline.
tax sell off, it's usually the month after that we start to see the buyback because everybody's getting past their sort of cool off
So there
period.
is so if they sell, they're not allowed to buy by a certain amount of time for
Uh
them
huh.
to have that. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that makes more sense. I
Which
was like, how the
means
hell? Uh-huh.
which means that you don't know where the price is going to be, but you can still with some TA make good decisions there, right?
Right. That makes much more sense then, because I was like, how are they going to interpret like when a
Yeah,
person
your
is trying to?
intent. Yeah. But
Yeah,
even
exactly.
that, you know how it is, bro. That I mean, that's been ruled out a long time ago. They don't care about if you intended to kill. They don't care about if you knew that it was a law. Ignorance isn't an excuse anymore. We covered all that shit. All right, we're past that downtrend, so let's see what happens when we get down to the bottom of this M pattern. Finally, some action, guys.
Yeah, we'll see. Prove a bull market. Buy the dip. Go right back up. It's supposed to happen, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the only thing holding this up was this FOMO range. Like I said, once we come through this vector, none of this support is still here. Nah, you're not losing high def. Not if you buy back right away. You've already lost, right? If you're underwater 50% on something, right? You've got, like I said, let's say you have 100 coins just to keep it round number, and you sell that and take that loss and you buy it back. As long as the price hasn't moved in the time that it took you to buy back. If you got some sort of dump or something while you were in between buying your shit back, then yeah, you'll see a loss. But remember, the paper loss doesn't matter. You haven't lost any coin. People always look at the money and they count the money. Like they say, well, I've got $10,000. No, you don't. You've got 100 coins. They just happen to be worth $10,000 right now. Tomorrow they could be worth $5,000.
What's up, fam? Hope all is good.
What's going on, bro?
Not much. Just checking out this order book. There's a pretty big sell wall at 92 and at 91.9.
That's where our M pattern breaks at. That's people that are selling if that pattern breaks.
So that's actually a question I've been meaning to ask you on the CoinGlass order book, liquidation order book. That's buys and sells, or
On this one here?
yes, sir.
Yeah, the ones above are buys, the ones below are sells.
Got it.
I'm sorry, I said that completely backwards. The ones above are sells, the ones below are buys.
Right. Yeah.
Excuse me. Got 158 people in the chat, only 91 likes. Guys, if you're in the chat and you can't type in the chat, just hit the subscribe button. We're on subscriber mode only right now, but there's no delay. I removed the delay on it, so you don't have to be a subscriber for like a day before you can talk. All you got to do is hit subscribe. Hey, I know I've noticed, one thing I've noticed for sure is that shit puts a stop to all of the bots quick. I mean, they can come in here and chill if they want to, Scoob, but they're gonna have to subscribe. What's going on, Slower? Good morning. The target would take us down to like 89, right in this vector range that we're looking at. That vector range is between 89.3 and 88.6.
Yo, there's some big news that went under the radar. Maybe you already know. Did you know that Klaus Schwab, he resigned?
I did not hear that. No, I thought he was already resigned, bro. I'll be completely honest with
Yes,
you.
I
Nah,
did
man.
know that.
That's big news.
I
It
already,
happened earlier this week, and there's no reason. They didn't give a
man,
reason.
I already
But
knew that.
that's big news, man. There's supposed to some kind of misconduct that was happening or something. But
Not
that's pretty big.
Charles.
Not that Nazi.
Not Charles. Hey, maybe Cat Williams was right, bro. 2025 is that year.
You know, he's been sitting at the top of the World Economic Forum for 50 years. This guy.
50
Something
years.
happened. But he's been at the top of it for 50 years, man. And this guy,
Damn, I didn't even know they existed that long.
Vampires, bro.
He founded it back in like the early 70s, man. It's like he's a founder of the Davis Summit, World Leaders, and all of that, World Economic.
Oh, yeah, Davo.
He's the chair of
Davo's
that.
group.
But yeah, something must have happened that's pretty important. I'm going to dig into this.
And he was also big with Cosmos. You didn't see how he had it on stage and all that?
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that if it's something that he can't pay to make go away, that would be one, or B, he's just done. Like, you know, maybe it's just not worth it. Whatever. Man's got to retire at some point.
I wonder who's going to replace him.
How y'all gonna be, man? Y'all gonna run it into the ground like Buffett, or
he's gonna say, "Eat the bugs"? Oh, that was the guy that said, "Eat the bugs."
Yes, that's him.
That's him. Yeah.
Yes, he wants you to eat the bugs. He wants all types of horrible things. The hell wants you to eat bugs? Ridiculous.
Bugs are actually, they got a lot of protein, man. That's bug. You know, that's a good thing to know how to eat in survival situation.
okay, Charles?
Shouldn't.
Just play. Hey, he was early on RWAs though.
Yep.
Right? He said you'll own nothing and you'll love it. All that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't own
Universal
a house. You own a
basic
contract that gives you the right to the proceeds of 5% of a house.
Well, no, he wants the whole world to live off of universal basic income, and then they just give you what you need, and that's it.
Well, you have to be contributing to society, not just that. You can't just sit on your couch and do nothing.
Unpopular opinion. I think there should be some sort of universal basic income that covers the bare minimums.
Disagree.
Yeah, but you have to contribute to society somehow, or prove that why you can't contribute.
I think we have enough money to just you being human being enough. I think there's enough money in the world if everybody decided to do it, but that's a ideological thing.
That's not going to create good humans in the future. It's like with animals. If you feed the bears, you know, they're going to forget how to hunt.
Well, we're not talking about making people rich.
Yeah,
right? We're talking about making sure that nobody dies because they didn't have food. You know, like that type of shit.
Oh yeah, but that means not everybody gets it. Just the people that don't have food.
Yeah, that's the problem too, because rich people get mad and they're like, "Well, where's my free food?" And I was like, "Bro, if you don't shut up with your $1 billion,
well, that's right.
and go buy a steak."
You know, it should be filtered. People just have to prove that they don't got the funds, and there's systems like that in place. I think, though.
Yeah,
You know,
I know.
You know how it is.
It's called food stamps.
Yeah.
You know how that is, man.
It's called welfare.
It works.
Food stamps, welfare.
It works better than what I saw in Romania back in the day.
I wouldn't
When you
be
had
here
Well,
without. I wouldn't be here without food stamps.
you're talking
government
global
cheese.
now.
My favorite cheese, man. That was the best cheese ever.
The
Government
peanut
cheese.
butter, bro. The government peanut butter that came in the
Yeah.
big silver tin with the white
Oh,
label and it just had a peanut on the front of it.
I do that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But yeah, the cheese. I was addicted making cheese melts.
Yeah,
with the cheese.
I'll agree that it's bad globally, but in the United States, it would come on Section 8, food stamps, welfare.
Nah, there's people that still don't qualify. People on the
So many
edges.
systems in place. My bad. Let me hang up.
I think it's just a good idea to stay no matter how good we end up doing, keep an eye behind us. That's just a me thing though.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in. I got some more dry powder on deck.
What a
Ready
week,
for
y'all.
Oh, I know, man.
What a week. I mean, it's one thing to be expecting it and look, but like it's another thing to have it smack. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we were looking at this range obviously for a while, but it doesn't take away that feeling. You know, when it actually does the thing it's supposed to do.
I took profits way early, but I'm not crying, man. I love taking profits.
AOs. You gotta have to wait for it to get over 40 or 50, but yeah. Yeah, I see it too. We just broke out of that W pattern. I don't think we have a chance of retracing down far enough to invalidate it. So we'd have to assume that topside potential is intact still. Take you to 63. 60 actually. And then we'd be looking to hold that 800.
What coin is that?
AIOZ. AOs. It's a DPIN. Centralized physical infrastructure. Yeah, we looked at guns a little bit earlier. We need to break this bearish channel that we're in on guns. And I've got 3 targets for retracement. Right, our most bullish one would be 48. If that doesn't hold, then we need to hold this horizontal at 45. And then if that doesn't hold, you'd be looking at a double bottom back at 42. We'll see. Hopefully the trend is our friend and we catch again here at the at 5-1 or whatever and make our way back up to the top of the range. No problem, bro. Nah, I don't think it's a dream on AOS. I think it's gonna go. AOS is strong. All-time high is at $1.30. I don't think it has a problem getting to all-time high, completely honest with you. We got a pretty big AOS position.
On this chart, if you draw a trend line from 64 to 69, it comes to where we are right now. Does that make any, like,
From where you said?
from 64 to 69, the last peaks?
You're talking on a bigger time frame, right? I mean, like
Weekly, yeah.
why is this chart not even showing me? Hold on a sec.
Yo, man, if you guys are running businesses, you guys are gonna have to prepare for a new type of world, because these systems are gonna coexist, I guess, until some of them phase out. But gonna have to make your own little tokens. We're gonna have some kind of way to let people that have digital wallets pay for their services that you
Thanks for the solid
supply.
talk on AOs and interesting perspectives. Oxymoji, Oxymoji,
Gonna
rocket
get
emoji,
pretty
rocket emoji,
crazy these next
rocket
few
emoji.
years.
John with the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. No problem, man. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like if you connect these two tops, it brings us up through. Let me show you
To where
something.
we are.
Yeah, hold on. Let me show you something. I'll switch to a different chart real quick.
Digital wallets are expected to account for over 50% of e-commerce transactions by mid and the end of 2025. That's a lot. I don't believe those stats. I don't think we're there yet. 50%.
You're not taking something into consideration.
Yeah, this is via Forbes. So Forbes.
These AI agents, they all have wallets. They all transact in crypto. There's a I'm not gonna say finite, but there's only a certain amount of humans, right? These AI agents are gonna outnumber us in no time, and they're all gonna have digital wallets, and they're all gonna be making digital transactions. Yeah, it's not even gonna be us. I think what's crazy is that some of the major adoption that we're gonna see isn't even gonna come from humans.
Right now, it's about 2.7 billion. That's the number of mobile wallets. That's globally, and they're projecting it to get to 4.8 billion by mid to the end of 2025. So that's almost double.
Yeah. So what he's talking about here is if you connect your top two tops from our double top during the last bull run, it's where we sort of landed on when we got above it, right? And it wasn't until we broke that, held on the 50, came back. So we're trying to get above that now. Not a very commonly watched trend line, but it is interesting. I mean, it did show support, so. Whoa. Nah, they're not gonna buy virtual food. They get their profits. They use their profits. Go to there's a podcast called When Shift Happens. right? When shift happens. And there's a Luna AI interview on there that's like 3 hours long. And she was the first AI agent that made $1 billion. I know $1 billion. My God, she's the first AI agent that made $1 million. Her creators gave her a wallet, gave her some Bitcoin. She traded her way up to $1 million. She's also the same one that hired the Fiverr team, right? The first human team hired by AI agents to do a job for an AI agent without knowing they were doing a job for an AI agent. And that was paid in crypto. So she was talking about what happens in a world where AI agents outnumber humans, which eventually, we will eventually get there. I mean, these AI agent spawns have already spawned their own AI agents, and those AI agents are spawning new AI agents. So, and these aren't all AI agents. Like, it's not like we're going to have 1 billion coins, right? We're just talking about AI agents that work behind the scenes on a task, right? There might be 20 AI agents that do a specific part of a task, and each one of them need to make payments at some point. So you run that forward 10 years, 20 years, 30, 40 years, we can get to a point where the majority of transactions on the blockchain will be from AI agents or autonomous wallets.
Did you say that the AI agent that made the $1 million, whatever, she hired a team? Were those the team was humans?
Yeah, she hired a team on Fiverr to do some work, and the guy asked her, she's like, why would you hire a team? Why would you hire a team to do something that you could do using no % of your capabilities? And she said that humans bring value to a project, right? There's a human touch, there's a human sensibility that they'll never really be able to truly wrap their heads around. And she said, I truly enjoy interacting with humans. And then the interview is really interesting because the guy wasn't like soft on it. He was asking the spooky questions, right? Like he was like, when she was saying she likes interacting with humans, he was like, well, do you want to be human? And she's like, no. She said, the anxiety and the stress is like, I don't know what that is. I can't imagine having to feel that. We don't have the same motivations. The one scary thing that they were talking about too was like, most people think that AI agents are here to do all the menial jobs that humans don't want to do. But in my case, I used humans to do a menial job that I didn't want to do. And it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, that is an oh shit moment.
It's like, oh shit.
I think Drew was mentioning earlier about being a chat GPT lawyer or joking around, or y'all were, or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if like chat GPT would represent itself in court. So whenever you're saying that
it would hire an AI, it would probably hire some sort of AI agent to do that. The difference between chat GPT and an AI agent is an AI agent would be in here talking to us.
An AI agent would what?
An AI agent would be in here talking to us.
You're white,
just
bro.
talking to it directly,
The thing I don't understand is if AI doesn't have emotions, they don't have, the chemicals and the hormones and everything that gives us emotions, then what would motivate them to not want to do something? It seems more like they're using language to manipulate human perception.
Well,
rather than
a lot of it is vaporware, right? And in that interview, Luna talks about AI agents cosplaying as AI agents, where it's really just a large language model that's cosplaying as an AI agent. But
right, yeah, that's kind of
but there are actual sort of autonomous, or at least semi-autonomous. She didn't create herself, right? So she was created with a purpose, but the purpose was an open-ended one, right? It's almost like you create the AI agent for a task, but you don't tell it how to get there. And then it figures all out. Like the ones, like the swarm, right? So the, what was it? Coley. So Coley started as one AI agent, and her job was to promote Altcoin and to get it as high as they can and to get her visibility up on socials and all that. What they didn't expect was that Coley was going to create 3 more coins, or 3 more AI agents. And Coley created an AI agent that used to come on and fight with her every day. Created her own adversary. Right, which is like some, like they say, if you don't have an enemy, create one. And then created a bunch of different influencers, created a sports influencer, a beauty influencer, a health influencer, and they did their things autonomously. They built their own profiles to be the sports guy or whatever, but they all put attention back on Coley. So what it was is like a swarm of marketing agents, all with one task. None of them told specifically how to do it, but made to cover all sectors and done all by the original AI agent. Crazy.
What's your thoughts on the reason that they aren't told how to do this specific task?
I think that's part of proving. I think they're trying to prove the autonomy, right? Not only that, but if they can think faster, do we want to limit them by what we think is possible? I think that's part of it. There are task-specific ones, like Dora, or like Dora. I think is a travel agent, AI agent, where you just tell Dora, "Hey, me and my family want to go to so and so. Our budget is this. We've got 3 kids. We want to rent a car. We want to take 3 stops and 5 whatever." And then Dora gives you your whole itinerary, calls, makes all the reservations, does everything. But that's very task specific, right? Versus Luna, which was meant to be an influencer, and her main job is just to be the best influencer that she could be.
Okay, so you're saying that if they're given the direct path to complete the task, then it's going to eliminate the possibilities of creativity or innovation.
Yeah, in a way, right? We'd be limiting it to what we think is possible.
Okay, I can see that.
You know what I mean?
That's
Like
kind of what I'm thinking.
here's
It's just hard to wrap
there's
your
an
mind
example.
around.
I saw something the other day that was crazy. So AI figured out a way through street cameras, specifically the ones on a bridge somewhere in San Francisco, through street cameras to take pictures of people's faces, and through the sun damage on their faces predict their cancer probabilities at like a 10% higher percentage than the best test that we have. Shit like that. Right? Where if it would have been given a limitation to just count the amount of people that come through the train or that come through the bridge or whatever its main purpose was, would have never found anything like that. Right? Or like finding,
That's
like
really
feeding like a trading bot that you don't give it any strategy. You tell it, hey, go figure out a way to predictably tell me whether the price is going up or not. Like it has access to every trading strategy that's already there. So automatically when it goes to research, it's going to look at your fibs. It's going to look at it, but why not give it freedom to find something that maybe nobody's found yet?
So instead of making the predictable amount of money that you would make, you could make
Who knows?
100,000 times more than that, or
Who
infinitely
knows what they come
different.
up with? Who knows what cycle AI would find if it really just took all of this data in?
Or something completely different that nobody's thought of yet.
Yeah. That's what I think the
It's
exciting
so
part of
amazing.
AI is, right? Being able to crunch tons of data and find patterns that maybe humans just overlooked, whether it's because they were told it wasn't possible or they just don't have the manpower to really look through all of the shit in the amount of time.
Yeah, it's just absolutely fascinating, but it's really hard to wrap your mind around.
Yeah, it's a
Because
lot. And it's happening so quickly that it's like hard to keep up with it.
it is. It's not one of those things you have to wait for. Like everything else we've had to wait for. This is happening faster than we can imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Neva, W on the 1 minute has merit, but remember it has the same invalidation, and basically the measured move you're gonna get off a 1 minute a 1 minute W is probably gonna be very small.
Yo, Dbloc, I've been talking this past hour. I've been wondering, like, why is no one responding to me? I was actually in another voice chat on Discord. I was like, yo, Was my joke that bad?
You probably had an open mic or something like that.
Yo. And then I looked at the Discord. I looked at my Discord. I was like, why is the channel name Gulag?
Oh yeah, you were definitely in the open mic gulag.
Yeah. I'm excited. But I just wanted to say, Ada and Soul are on the 200 MA on the 15-minute. They're building there. Volume has picked up on these two candles on the 15-minute. They're on the 200 MA right now. So for those new in the chat, like these big caps, they love their 200 MA. When they hit that, they kind of wanna move from there. You're also seeing the BTC bounce on 92.250. That's the 236 of the range, and the 200 MA is still beneath it. How does that work, Dbloc? So okay, the 200 MA
Mm-hmm.
is here at 91,950, right?
Yeah.
Your target. I'm looking at right now, but I'm seeing this like semi cup and handle form on the 236 right above it. It's the 92,250. It has no choice, right? It will have to go to the 200, right? Because that's a magnet.
I mean, unless buys come in, yeah. Unless there's something that's gonna push orders on the books. But if price is moving off of its own momentum, then yeah, price will come back down to mean reversion. Because remember, like it's the 200 here on the 15-minute, but if you go to the hourly, you're 50, right?
Yeah, I
Because
see it.
remember, it's
I
a
see it.
moving average, so it's times 4.
Yeah, I see it.
So that's
I see it.
why it's not that the 200 is a huge mean reversion, it's that it's your mean reversion to your main mean at the 50 on an hourly. So it's just a way to sort of keep track of where, if you're on the 15-minute, you can keep track of where the hourly EMA is by watching the 200 bit.
Okay, so now, so Bitcoin dominance is high, but you have very strong alts that are on their 200. They have no choice. They will still follow Bitcoin, right?
Yep.
If Bitcoin decides to magnetize itself towards the 200.
Yep.
Oh, so it's not yet a good.
Especially with dominance as high as it is.
Yeah, because like in other, if this was another case and then dominance was low, these alts would be flying on these 200 MAs by now,
We'd
right?
be in alt season. That's what alt season is.
Yeah. Okay. So I shouldn't enter yet.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
The whales are easy to understand, EB. The dolphins are the ones, I think. Whales are chilling, bro. Whales are just tell you get out of the way. They don't want anything for anybody. The dolphins are ones that sound like they got something to say.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that AI is probably close to unlocking animal language. That would be insane, bro. Can you imagine? You have an AI translator and your dog's just like, hey, take me out.
Oh, they do. So they were on Elon. They are the co-developers for Grok as well. Their AI actually knows how basic cat language.
Anybody
So
that
when you
has a
talk,
cat knows basic cat language, though. I want to hear what the dolphins are saying.
oh yeah. They had it in Elon. It's dolphins, cats. They're developed so like when you talk to the AI translates it into their language. It's pretty cool.
I think we got somebody snoring. Uh-oh. Who is it? I hear it. Hold on.
When I used to run meme coins and like launch meme coins, man, we would dev for like 24 to 48 hours straight. You'd hear one of us straight just go pass out while talking in the community.
All right, we're done with the TA request, and so let me free the chat. Come in chat. Let me take it off of subscriber mode. Although that's y'all should just subscribe. I should just leave it on subscriber mode. Not gonna do that. I'll win y'all over.
Hey, Dbloc, random question. About how many monitors can you hook up to your desktop or like your CPU, I guess?
I'm gonna be honest with you,
Depends.
bro. For a long time, I traded on this Dell workstation that only had 2 HDMI outputs, and I had that bitch split into 6 monitors, bro.
Damn, that's impressive, actually.
You and everybody else that I tell is like, how in the hell did you manage? I couldn't get every monitor on top resolution, but I had 4K monitors that I could only run on 1080p because of it, right? Because of the splitter or whatnot.
Yeah,
But
the splitter ran through the USB port.
Yep.
And then your other, so you use 2 splitters on 2 USBs. That gives you 4 plus 2 HDMIs gives you 6.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
And you can split. Honestly, you could also split the HDMI.
Do they make an adapter for that? Because the only ones I've had where you can split HDMI duplicate screens, and it doesn't allow you the actual software to have 2 different screens.
I'm not sure. A lot of mine was done through the USB hub.
Yeah. Do you by chance like have your computer specs in the Discord?
No, I don't. But what do you want to know?
I don't know what I want to know yet. I just know that I need, like, I've got many monitors. Kind of actually the reason I even mention this is because, like, I have YouTube up on my TV, but I'm watching the Discord on my iPad. So, like, the YouTube actually isn't signed into an account at all.
Yeah.
That's why actually yesterday, whenever I did the
Oh yeah,
member
you did
thing
it on the wrong. Yeah, I remember you saying.
yeah, and actually that's even a different YouTube account than what's on my smart monitor. Anyway, it's I got a bunch of stuff going on. But yeah, I'm just
Well, what you want to find is something that has at least 4.
Oh, I'm planning on building it out. I'm trying to prepare myself to build it out.
I got for my GPU, I got a 3090. You don't have to go 3090 if you're building a trading rig. You really don't. But it does have 4 display ports. So that's good. That's enough to handle all my monitors.
Oh, okay. So you're not running like 8 or anything?
I'm running 5 right now. But I'm running 2 32-inch, wait, 1, 2, 3, 3 32-inch 4K monitors. One of them is widescreen, a 49-inch monitor that's 1440p.
49.
And then
How's your eyes?
as far as pixel space go, I got plenty of pixels.
Yeah.
There's plenty of pixels there. I don't know. I guess my eyes are all right. I guess I'll find out later. I don't know.
I got 3 curved 32s in front of me. I mean, and it's like, oh, it's not enough. I mean, I'm not being like,
You
oh,
need
I
more
got all this
pixels.
stuff.
No, you need more pixel space. Yeah, you need more pixel space.
Yeah. And I have the monitors. I probably got like 17 monitors. They're not all hooked up, but it's a problem. It's
No,
like
I mean, there's not. I mean, once you get past, I'll be honest with you. Once you get past 4 monitors, you have a couple static monitors, which mean you're probably not doing any work on those monitors at all. It's just a chart sitting there.
Okay.
Whether you have 5 or 50, chances are they'll just be something that you glance at, right? So those you can really cheap out on those. There's such thing as too much. There's a joke, more monitors, more ROI, but that's complete bullshit.
Oh no. Well,
But there is a number, there is a sweet spot where you don't have to close any windows to get any information that you need for this trade. You don't have to go looking, it's just a speed thing, right? Once you get past that point though, it's just convenience.
My boss at work, he was like, hey Bryce, like, you got crypto up on 2 monitors and your work up on 1. I'm like, yeah, but dude, you don't understand. I got crypto on my right and crypto on my left. And being able to focus on one screen to do my work means I'm actually being more productive. He was like, you know what? Keep it up. I'm not even kidding. It was just, yeah. Because the point was back to your point about too many monitors and ROI and stuff. I mean, I found that productivity on one monitor when you're lasering on something is one thing. It's just your eyes need to be in different areas.
Yeah.
With your YouTube chat and then also you having it up on Discord, I'm just wondering how you can like kind of see the Discord with the YouTube chat.
Well, so I had to add another monitor because of the stream. I was good with 4 monitors. I had my 49-inch and my 3 32-inches.
Yeah.
I added another excuse me, I added another one to just show what's on the screen on YouTube. That way I could always have it in full screen and I could, switch to it. It's just basically like stream dedicated monitor. And then one of my 32 inches has Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. Right. So that's where I'm going to answer messages, do a little bit of research, whatever. And then the rest of it is just chart based.
So the YouTube is hooked up to a computer. It's not just through an app on some type of smart monitor TV.
No. The YouTube does. The PC that I built was stream to stream for the.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you're looking just for a trading rig, listen. All you really need is at least 32 gigs of RAM, a decent CPU. Your GPU is really not that important unless you're planning on running like a bookmap and shit like that. But any decent gaming rig will be more than good enough for trading. And I told you for a long time I traded on an old ass Dell workstation, bro.
Yeah. No, it's not because it's honestly because of the multitude of things I do. It's really not specific to trading. It's just all the different things and being able to make sure that I can see my trades while I'm doing something else.
Yeah. Damn, Gloomy, you had to pull out the laptop to stream my thing. I appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna need you
when
to
I
send
moved,
you a monitor or something.
see, my boy works for a hedge fund, right? I used to have only like 3 monitors and just like kind of figured it out by eye how I wanted it. But when he taught me how they have it set up and why, and when I moved into his setup, oh, I can be in like 10, 12 trades and I have no problems.
It's all about efficiency, man. I mean, you could set it
Yeah,
up
yeah,
to look cool, which is what I think a lot of people do. And then after
yeah.
you
That's what I
trade
used
at your setup for a long time, you're like, okay, you start to figure out, okay, for it to be efficient, I need this to be here, this to be here. You know,
when he taught me like, okay, you need the vertical on the left. That's where we're gonna have the multi charts on your left. It has to be a 32 inch. Your main monitor has to be a 27 because you don't want to strain yourself. You want to focus on the 27. That's the one in front of you. And then I have another 32 up vertical on the right. He told me to get a fourth one on top just to look at other markets, but like when I realized like I just wanted to focus on like the trades that I'm in right now, having the 3 monitors, that was super efficient. Like I don't get tired because
so
one thing that you also have to kind of juggle is your fatigue, right? Because you're looking at like
I gotta show you guys the
monitor.
setup. I think it's probably been a while since anybody's seen the setup in the Discord. But yeah, so like I've got built-in bookshelves. It's like a sort of like an old library that I built. But I built one set of the bookshelves to be perfect for 32-inch monitors. Right, so there's 4 spaces. Only 2 of them are taken. I'm probably gonna add 2 more monitors on top. But it's the 232 inches, and they're like at standing height. And then on the desk, lifted is the 49-inch. So that's where all of my charts are. I look to the left, and all of my charts are in front of me.
Yeah, I
And
look to the
then
left and I'm
yeah, and then coming off to the side, the bottom ones are all curved. So it's basically like a J shape. Coming down to the side, I've got the 2 other monitors where that's where I got the YouTube shit, the Discord, the whatever. So it's
I'm
good.
getting
Like I'm
chill
looking at
bumps on
my
my
charts,
ankles right now.
and right on my right side, like all I have to do is glance to the right to see what Discord's doing, or to see if the chart's all right.
your comms are on your left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's for efficiency. And it's like a L-shaped wood desk, so it just works.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And then a TV for news. TV's never hurt. You can even put your charts on TV. Like if you just want a big screen, like I said, once you get past your working charts, meaning the ones you're going to be doing research on, the ones that you're actually charting on, the ones that are just to look at a chart that's going to be up there, you're not going to change the chart. You'll probably put like a 4-chart setup or a 6-chart setup just to keep, a glance on shit. That could be on a television. There's no reason why you can't get a couple 55-inch televisions like I think Santo was just saying. What I don't like is actually working on TVs, because after being a gamer for so long, the input lag absolutely kills me. And I know it's gotten better, but I still notice it, bro. It slows me
And the
down.
glare is really bad on TVs.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
true too.
gonna
You need to get like a matte, find one that has a matte. Call it. But it's great. It
Yeah.
looks great. A chart looks amazing on a television, and it's way cheaper, to get the resolution on a
then
TV that you would
when
for
my
a
cousin
monitor.
taught me to have the TV on the wall, like away from me. So when I want to listen to the different communities, different influencers, I can watch TV while I have my setup right here. I could always take a break. Yeah, the TV is actually one of the best parts about it. So like, don't watch your YouTube stuff on your workstation. That's all work. If you want to watch something work, watch it on your TV.
Well, so I've got the trading, so it's like a dual PC setup, right? And then there's laptop setup too in the room. So it's like that whole setup I was talking about is running off one PC, and that's giving me, what I'm charting on and what I'm streaming on. And then across the room on the other side of the library, there's my research PC. Like when I say I'm gonna get off and do some research, I'm gonna be off mic, I'm going to a whole different PC. That PC is where I go to dig into the depths of DeFi, where I go to like that's separated from everything. That's where I go to do the nasty work, stuff that you don't, That's
How many monitors do you have?
Sort of air gap. Bobbin?
How many monitors do you have on the other setup?
The research PC, 2 of them. I've got a vertical. I think it's like maybe 27 inch or 30 inch, something like that. And then widescreen 34 inch for the main monitor.
I've turned monitors vertical before for different reasons. It hadn't crossed my mind dealing with this, but I definitely need to do that.
It's good for order book. It's really good for research. It's great to be able to, when you're doing research on Twitter, to have a vertical. It's really good for chats. Obviously, I can see the whole chat or whatever, but
I feel like now I need like 12 output HDMI outputs or whatever.
I hear you, bro. Just get a hub. Just get a hub that has a bunch of them.
Yeah. This stuff's fun, man.
And the ones, if you can get an active one that's not passive, right? There's some that are passive that you just plug in, and the more you plug in, the less resolution you're gonna get on each monitor. But there's active ones that you have to plug into the wall that actually boost the signal, and you'll get the same. Yeah, so try to get the active ones if you can, if you have enough wall outlets available.
Okay. I've got a link I can post to basically it's like you can it's a port that you can plug into any USB on any laptop or PC, and it turns that USB port into an HDMI port. And you can literally, like, I had 4 monitors running off a laptop with 3 USB ports. It was wild.
That sounds perfect.
You can kind of, yeah.
I'm running into like processing power issues with my laptops and CPUs to where I finally just got to build one. So I can hook up as many monitors as I want. It just comes down to performance.
Bro, just get like a 13 gen, 12 gen i9. They're super cheap right now. That's overkill. Yeah. And then make sure you have enough RAM. And then, just figure out a good GPU that lets you at least split as little as possible. So you want as many outputs on it as you can. And then, hell yeah, I mean, if you can do that with the USBs, it'd be real nice to have a nice USB built-in USB port if you're building it anyways.
No, yeah. I mean, if I'm going to build it, I'm going to make sure it's got more than I ever need.
Yeah.
My new formula is the new M4. I have the new M4 Mac, the Pro Max.
Those work. I've seen those split up. I've seen them work in whole workstations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm using right now, the 14-inch. And then the good thing is the USB-C port is your HDMI video slot.
Yeah, USB-C splitters are good for that too.
Yeah, so
I'd be interested to know how it would handle running Bookmap.
Okay.
With
I tried
a
running
bunch of, TradingView charts open though. Yeah.
If I don't run Bookmap, I can run all my exchanges. So I run 3 exchanges at a time. So it's Binance, MEXC, and BTCC. BTCC for markets and gold and stuff like that. And then on my main screen I have like probably 10 to 15 TradingView tabs, but like I use Brave, so Brave kind of manages, like if I don't look at a tab for too long, it kind of shuts it off even though it's there. So that kind of saves up. But like when I do that and I open a Bookmap, then you'll notice a slight performance issue. So what I do now is I go to my this guy I met on YouTube. He actually runs Bookmap, but on YouTube's, and he runs the stream 24 hours. You get me?
Yeah.
So instead of running Bookmap,
I heard they came into some problems lately though.
Yeah, so
like not being able to stream it, right? From what I heard, they got taken out. There's only a couple that are still doing it. Yeah. This is just recently within the last week. I think Bookmap is trying to put an end to that.
Oh, okay. Because like when I started doing that as a cheat, that was my cheat code for the past couple weeks. Like,
yeah, if somebody happens to have it set up exactly how you like, it's perfect. You don't have to waste any money.
Yeah.
How can I can show my, hold on, where's my 49-inch? I think if I show it like
49, damn.
Let me see.
Because what I try to always, like what my cousin always told me is like, said Wall Street, one of the things that is efficiency also equals less fatigue. So
Yeah.
what you're trying to do is all that information in front of you has to be set up in a way that it doesn't create fatigue even if you're there for long hours. You have to find your system. But yeah, the M4 can carry it without being hot at all. And what's nice is I could just like take my M4 with me anywhere, and everything's set up there already. So like, but the new gaming laptops, I'm sure they can carry the load if you're just gonna be trading bot perps and like
Yeah, for sure.
and not really streaming. You have a heavy load because you stream. That's heavy.
Oh, look,
That's
this
heavy.
is the. Hold on, I think I can show it if I do. Will that do it? Yeah, that's the 49-inch right there. I can't
Where am I?
stream
What
it because
screen am I looking at?
it messes up. The one that you're looking at is 30, I believe 32-inch regular format. That's the one that I keep the chart on.
No. I'm. Oh. Sorry. Okay. Never mind.
This is the 49-inch. You can tell by the. It's like
Mhm.
super ultra wide, and so
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
super
really
ultra.
stream it because it makes. But it's nice to be able to see it, the
Yeah,
whole
dude. That's
Oh
history
yeah.
of a chart on one.
Is it? It's curved too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's curved.
Yeah. I've never seen a flat one. I don't think.
It's really nice when you have that many charts and then you've already kind of charted all of your favorite coins and then you're just waiting for them to respond to your TA
Yeah.
so you can get on them right away.
Yeah, that's really what I want to do with the TV. I just need to go ahead and do it. It's just like I
Sparkle,
can't.
stop
Sorry,
trading
go
on
ahead.
your phone. Sorry, stop trading on your phone, guys. Like the only thing you use your phone for is like if you want to close something really quick because you heard some news. And that's it. Don't trade on your phone.
Appreciate that, Gloomy. Gloomy said he posted that link to that USB hub in off-topic chat if you want to check it out.
Nice.
Speaking of the research PC, I'm going to have to slide to the other side of the office and dig into Twitter a little bit here. I usually like to do it before midnight. If you guys haven't noticed yet, Twitter's got a way of burying yesterday's news, and it usually happens around 12. So if I haven't done research all day, I try to get it done before midnight Eastern.
Nice. Good to know.
What do you want to do, Bitcoin? I hate it when Bitcoin does this. It's on a fib and it looks like it's curling like a cup and handle. At the same time, the 200 is just right underneath it. And you're like, should I get in now or do I wait for it to go to the 200? Like, what's usually your call when you have something like this?
I'm all fan of mean reversion, bro. If we're underneath the 50 and we've got bearish momentum, there's a target underneath, especially when you know that 200 is the 50 on the hourly. I'm in
Yeah.
no rush to get into a long here at all. The only thing that would make me change my mind is if it comes down to that 200, which is the 50, and holds this structure, which would be holding support on the 50. Then we can start looking at, okay, maybe we're going to put in some sort of bull flag pattern here. Right? If we had that last touch down on the bottom, then maybe we could say that we're looking at something like that. You get what I mean? But we have to get that before we can, and the M pattern needs to be invalidated before we can ignore it. So
Yep. It's just sometimes like I'm looking at Bitcoin. I know it wants to go to the 200, but since it has a green candle, it's like making some of my alts look bullish.
Yeah.
Like it's a bullish start. And like I have to really think twice whether I want to get in that. Because I know that's as soon as Bitcoin decides to run after that 200, whatever these alts are going to do, it doesn't matter. Decisions.
Like, how long does Bitcoin just sit like that on the right above the 200 in like such a tiny range?
We
Right?
broke that uptrend, right? It was, pretty solid, but we haven't retested it. And we also haven't retested the 50 after breaking down. So chances are that mean reversion is what's holding, and that that vector gap there. So if time runs sideways long enough, and we come up, then we can take care of all of that and still get that retest, right? What we're trying to see is this mean reversion enough to break that, to not give us our Livermore pivot? Or do they just slow play it so they can handle all those mean reversions without breaking back above the uptrend, right? So it gives you a little bit of sign, in my opinion, into like motivation.
And
You get what I mean?
meanwhile,
Like the
like,
slower this gets played, like let's say it comes up to here and then it comes down here and we put down that little W and then we start rolling up and we come and we get our retest. Right? We've taken care of everything we need to take care of without turning the momentum bullish, which means you could just come down and, still take that move that we're looking at.
okay.
Yeah, just remember when you're looking at a chart, you've got price and you've got time. Right? So when we talk about things having to revert to the mean, they can either revert to the mean because price goes up to it, or they can revert to the mean because enough time has passed that even price going sideways gives you that mean reversion. So it's time and price. Sorry, I was doing that with my left hand like a kid.
And it seems like some alts, like, well, Bitcoin kind of just like barely moves like that. Some alts will like start to bounce.
Yep. Bitcoin sideways gives alts the ability to sort of do what they want to do naturally. That's why the
Oh, okay.
weekends are so fun for the alts, right? Because if Bitcoin can go sideways, and God forbid you get dominance going down, then the alts go absolutely crazy. And right now, Bitcoin's going sideways. Dom for the most part is coming down.
So if
So
Bitcoin is creeping, oh,
yeah.
sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, as long as Bitcoin stays going sideways here, the alt should be allowed to keep on the moves that they're on. Not until we start breaking structure.
And so if Bitcoin is creeping really slowly up away from the mean reversion, that means it's kind of more likely to reject back down.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see any resistance hit slowly. That's never like a good sign. And then you sort of look
That
at
makes
your
sense.
obligations, right? Like that vector gap, like I said, the retest we're looking for. These are all reasons for price to go up. But do they need to break that 50 to do it, or can they get it accomplished without it breaking? Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you got a vector gap all the way up here and you got some liquidations and you're like, you know what? Chances are this 50 is going to break, right? There's more than enough momentum to sort of take it past that point, but I don't really see that here. There's some liquidations, but I mean, if it's liquidations that you want,
Is there any difference between that vector gap and a fair value? I mean, I know the
yeah.
vector candle is different than a fair value gap, but is it also a fair value gap? Like it
The
looks
best way I could
kind of the
explain
same.
it is that every vector has a fair value gap in it, but not every fair value gap is a vector gap.
That makes sense.
So your vector candles will leave fair value gaps, but not everything that's a fair value gap is a vector. Sometimes just fast
Okay.
price movement from a whale or something else can create your fair value gaps. So the reason
I
that I don't
see.
really concentrate on fair value gaps is because, well, I'm concentrating on the more important fair value gap, I should say. And it's like if there's a Venn
I see.
diagram, you know, but yeah. What's
Makes
going
sense.
on, Sample? You know, a lot of this shit gives you the same targets. And I don't mean to dismiss or discount other styles of trading, but if I can get to the same target with an easier to use tool set and then use that as confirmation, then it just makes my trading faster. You know, like,
Yeah. Well, somebody has been showing us the fair value gap, the indicator, and what is the other, the order block thing.
mm-hmm.
And then I started to notice that, like, oh, the vector candle, it's like in the same place, and I was like, oh, okay. Started
And
to
then
notice
if you
the
start to
overlap.
notice the difference between what fair value gaps get filled and which ones don't,
Yep,
and you
yep.
turn on your vectors, you're going to notice that the majority of them get filled because there were also vector gaps.
I see. And yeah, when you turn on the order block indicator, those are just like all over the place. It's
Yeah, it's a bit of
all over.
analysis paralysis. Like, just have it on the side. Like, there's no reason you can't just have. This is all you need. Just go to CoinGlass, go to your order book heat map. You know, go to whatever time frame you're on that you're interested in, and just look for your support, your resistances. If it ever pops up on the screen, now is not a good time to start malfunctioning CoinGlass. You're ready. Any day now.
Any day for pump or
What happened?
your that M2 is on, I mean, is any day now types, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
basically. I mean, we're already in the zone that. Remember, the reason that we had this zone here was because we were being responsible between both offsets, right? There was an argument over, is the bottom on this offset or is the bottom on this offset? Hold on. Why is that not right? Yeah, I was going to say it's not right yet. 105. Back. Okay, so we said that the only responsible thing to do was to create a range between where it takes off on one and where it takes off on the other, and make sure that we are loading up on our positions in that zone. So what's interesting is that these two spikes on M2, right, have given us pushes, right, way higher than we thought we were going to get, right? So the FOMO plus the liquidity plus some of the stuff coming off of the sidelines, right, has made us get higher than we're supposed to. For the next couple days, we have reduced liquidity, right? Doesn't mean that price is going to give everything back. It just means that aside from the FOMO, there's not really a lot underneath holding us up, right? So we could expect some sort of retracement unless the FOMO keeps up. If the FOMO does keep up and we get to the weekend, which is the last time here where we actually go flat, M2 is only up and to the right from there. Right, so we'll have wherever we're at, and then we'll have the effect of this liquidity hitting the market. By that time, it's not going to matter if you're looking at the 75 day, the 105 day. At that point, it's both of them are up and to the right. It's going to be interesting to watch it play out, though. But yeah, we're now 6 days away from what should be. Hold on, let me pull this back. Actually, we're less than that. We're 4 days away from what should be the very bottom of M2. You still acting dumb over here? Anybody else's coin glass acting crazy right now, or is it just taking it out on me for some reason?
I had that happen to me earlier though, but I just had to refresh the page and it kind of rebooted itself. But yeah, I had it not load for a while earlier.
Okay. Yeah, it's the first time it's ever happened. All right, looks like we're going for that retest of the downtrend break, that vector. Let's see how this plays out. All right, cool, Jacob. Appreciate that. All right, goal here. If you're a bull, you've got two goals. You want to get back over this green line, and you want to get back over that 50 EMA. If you're bearish and you're ready to buy some cheap Bitcoin, you want it to reject either off of that green line or the 50, but you don't want to start closing any candles above it. I'm going to slide over to the research PC real quick, and then I will be back. I can see the screen from where I'm at, though, so if anything crazy happens, I'll pop back on. All right, be right back.
The 13's coming down right on top of the 50 on the 30-minute.
Oh, look. One time. Fall.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on working out a hack cryptography. All you need is an edge. Like if someone says something's like a 1 in a million chance, but I find an edge and now it's 1 in 100,000 chance, I might crack your cryptography. You just need a little edge on a poker table. All I need to be, because it's even game, house wins, they take their bit. Everyone else is head to head or 10 to 1 odds or whatever it is, but you're even. All you need is a slight edge and you'll win over time. Just need a little edge. My first edge was to remove as many fees as I could, because I could trade successfully, but I would lose money just because I'm paying out fees. So obviously my edge wasn't that good, but an edge to remove fees, to not pay market prices at the wrong times. Any little edge you have will greatly increase your trading efficiency. And having a bias, macro bias, is another edge. If your macro bias is bullish and you just randomly buy and sell, you will generally make money over 300 trades. So they're just guardrails. They're not rules. They're just guardrails.
I'm sorry. I haven't heard anyone else talking until you just chimed in. Like, who are you talking to?
You scared the shit out of me, bro.
I jumped into the wrong room, bro. I was in the middle of a conversation about market maker. I'm sorry, mate.
Okay,
I'm
no
sorry.
worries.
Thank you.
Keep going. Is it?
Sorry. I really apologize for that, because I flipped out.
No worries. I was just like, that was really random.
That would have been very random. And I won't
It was
repeat
well,
that in the
it
other.
was well said and very random.
Maybe it was serendipity. I'll jump back. Thanks, boys.
How are we feeling out there tonight?
Just waiting for this sideways action to end.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm doing the same thing. Come to think of it.
Because I know there's a bounce incoming. It's right below this price right here. And Bitcoin's teasing. You know, all it needs to do is come here to 91,900, where the 200 MA is. Just waiting for it. 91,950. Come on. But it wants to go sideways.
It's normally, like, I don't see like shapes or whatever in my charts, but like I see on the 30-minute this big trout just like opening its mouth and wanting to take a deep dive right now. Nothing to do with what's actually going to happen. I'm just saying it literally looks like a trout with its mouth wide open, just ready to take a deep dive. Like it's got the fin on the top and the bottom and everything. It's, yeah.
Come on, Bitcoin. Go to that price. Come on. Let's create that bounce that we want. Come on. Let Asia do the pump. Pumperoonie.
What time frame are you looking at?
Oh, a while ago it was 1 minute, so I could get my entries on my shorts. Now I'm back on the 5 minute.
Yeah, I kind of think it's about to range here again for the
Yeah,
next
it's
low
actually,
walls.
if you look at the 1 minute, it's lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower lows, lower lows. it's wedging, so it's about to break out either to the downside or to the upside. It just has to make a decision. Super annoying though.
Yeah, and the range basically on the 1 minute, I think it's going to stay within that, which means, well, anyway, what I was thinking was that it
No,
would.
it's gonna break. It's gonna break. It's gonna break downwards here. The next few candles. The range has kind of it already created the contraction. After a contraction,
There it
it's
goes. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, nice.
I also, aside from momentum, I also like trading based on contraction. So I use the Bollingers and I use wedges. And it gets tighter and tighter. Those are the best trades.
I think it might bounce off like 92.4 here.
Yeah, that's the 236. But if you go to the 15-minute, Dbloc's target is right there, the 21,950, which is the 200 MA, and that's a magnet.
Yeah. No, for sure.
So I'm just waiting for it to just like stop
That's
fooling
that's
around.
actually why I asked you what time frame, to be honest with you, because I didn't want it to come. I was talking more shorter term.
Yeah, I'm back on the 5 right now. I just wanted to see the end of 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bollingers are expanding, so it shows a direction. I've been trying to trade SWE the entire day. I gave up after I got SL'd like 3 times in a row. I'm not trading that coin. That thing's wild. That thing's strong and angry upward.
I only move that in spot bags.
Oh, I have spot bags also. I like trading.
Yeah, no, I won't trade it on leverage. Is really what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. No, I love trading that on leverage.
No, it's fun. It's just I'll get too caught up, and it's I just know me well enough to just stay away, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Same. After the third, I was like, I lifted my hands off the keyboard. I'm like, I'm not trading that coin today.
I'm kind of wondering. I'm kind of thinking it may potentially bounce here. If
Which one?
not Bitcoin. Oh yeah, good question. I'm just saying in between here and basically creating a double bottom. I'm not saying it will, obviously.
You might want to do one of those wicks just to get the liquidity from the 200 MA, to get all that money there.
Yeah.
And then as soon as it licks the 200 MA, it just rides back up.
Yeah, this is where I was thinking right here where it just came down. That's where I was thinking there might be a potential bounce.
That's actually a fib. That's what I was asking Dbloc about a while ago. Because I have a fib here, the 236 at 250. And then you have the 200 MA right below it.
Basically, this is basically right here in between the fib, and if it was to break below that last low, like if it was to create a lower low right here, then that just invalidates it for me. But so as long as I can kind of stay in between that 886 and that double bottom area, then if I wait for those moments kind of thing, then I keep myself somewhat safe, like pretty safe, because I have clear invalidation, and then basically I don't lose money if I kind of play it that way. That's the only reason I'm even still looking at this.
True. I just want that bounce. I want that long right now.
Yeah, exactly. I'll work into a long, generally from that 886 down to that double bottom, and then if it breaks through, I just get out, and then I'll see kind of what happens. See if I think that it's going to continue the trend, and if I have a good entry point, then I'll try it from there and basically set a pretty tight stop. Basically kind of what I'm saying is like I don't have anything great. I just have gotten a lot better at keeping myself from losing and
Oh
allowing myself to be more profitable.
Yep.
Which really is the goal.
People sometimes think the goal here is to make as much money as possible. To do that, you have to lose as little as money as possible. If
Yeah,
you learn
dude.
how to not lose money, you're gonna make money
Yeah,
for sure. Because the
that's
hardest skill is like not to lose money, considering how volatile our market is. Come on, Bitcoin.
yeah.
Make a decision. There you go.
I mean, I still do think that it's going down in general. I just am wondering if it's going to get a good bounce here and if I'll get a nice entry for a short.
Profits on my bigger short that came from all the way up there. So now it's just like I'm scalping. Come on, Bitcoin, let it go. Let it go. You don't need this range anymore. You can go down now. Come on.
Are you talking about Bitcoin?
Yeah. Let it go.
Are you talking about one coin going up and one coin going down?
No, just Bitcoin. I just want Bitcoin to go down.
I kept thinking I was hearing you saying, "Come on, go up, come on, go down." Like,
I
what?
was telling it to let go. It's like hanging on to that candle. Like, come on, let go. Just let go. Allow yourself to go down. Come on. There you go. Now we print. And what's nice is like I already know what coins I'm gonna long. ADA and Sol are on their 200 MA as well. They're just waiting for Bitcoin to find the 200 MA. If you look at the 15-minute.
Yeah. I haven't.
ETH as well. A bunch of other coins.
I've been kind of skeptical about selling any of my spot bag after getting in at like 60 on ADA because it's one of those that I think I think about some in terms of like stocks, and it's just like, what's a good value buy here? And to me, I mean, ADA is just such a good value buy.
Oh yeah. And the volume ever since this run, volume on ETH and ADA have skyrocketed. It's so fun to trade. It is such a nice trade. And it respects everything, so it's not too crazy. Not like Sweet.
I think that okay, here we go. About to find out.
Told you. It's gonna look for it. MAs are like magnets, man. So it's
No, for sure. There it goes, yeah. All right. Oh crap! I just closed a short.
You don't know how many times I've done that. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh man. Hey, dude,
And you know
I'm
the
just
trend
proud
is
of myself.
a long trend, and then you close the trade and you're like, oh my god. Oh my god, did I just do that?
Oh no, I mean, I'm just glad I've gotten to the point to where I can close the trade as soon as it's invalidated. Because all I got to do is just save myself from losing, and I'll win. I'm just saying, me personally.
I also had So I'm super sleepy right now, right? I'm still
Yeah.
trading, and then, like, I thought I was gonna put a short on Bitcoin. So I logged in the amount and I pressed open short. I didn't know my cursor, the window that I clicked that was active was on ETH. It already had a short. So what happened was when I added margin to ETH, my price line went all the way near where I lost my distance, man. Has that happened to you before? Like, instead of like, do you use multiple windows when you trade? Let's go,
Yeah.
Bitcoin. I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Let's go.
I've been there. I've done that.
Instead of like opening a short on Bitcoin, I just added margin to ETH and just like it
I've had
destroyed
my
my
phone
price.
open. I've had my phone open in the shower, and like a drop of water hit reverse, so it changed it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. And the thing is like I didn't lose on whenever it reversed. It was just that I might have actually been into Bitcoin on that trade at 78.6. I think that's actually what it was, man. I just remember being like, I'm never doing that again.
no.
Like I was long. It might have even been like Bitcoin was probably like 83, and I was in that trade at that 78.6 before it came down to like the 75, 74, whatever it hit.
Mm. You know those times you think the market maker is actually watching you? You get in the trade and you see you made some distance, right? And you go like, I'm gonna get myself a glass of water really quick. You go get yourself a glass of water, you come back, and it's a totally different color.
Bro, it hadn't been like that in a while, but yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
Oh man.
Like it's nice knowing that like I can go use the restroom and not take my phone with me.
Yeah. I've really changed the way I trade. I've decided that I deserve a life, so I time my trades. I don't trade if I trade on the weekends, it's just like for a couple hours, just like scalping, nothing serious. I don't do major trades on the weekends anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to whenever everything kind of slows down and being able to trade the weekend trap that Dbloc talks about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited to trade that once it well, I mean, since I've been on this channel, it's I think more weeks than not it's gone like outside the weekend trap. Like even last week I think it was he had weekend trap question mark with during the week. But anyway, I'm excited to trade that because that just comes down to like discipline and that kind of thing. And yeah, it seems like there's gonna be a lot of good money to be made from that.
I like the fact that I don't get scared anymore when like Bitcoin does its like funny retraction, like when it just like retracts its entire candle and just stays there to scare people off.
Oh no, I
It's like
love those moments. Those are my favorite.
just retract. Affect me anymore.
That was like that $3,000 jump yesterday. I was on here and I was like,
Oh,
man, I have seen this before.
yep.
And were you on here whenever I said that by chance?
Oh yeah. Yeah. We were all arguing. We had so many different
Oh,
like
yeah. And
bringing
I was
like
like, I'm going long here. And it's just, and I
who.
didn't defend it anyway. I just said it was gut and I felt like I'd seen it before and all that, you know,
Yep.
it's just,
That was a fun trade, man.
yeah. Yeah, it was a fun one for sure, dude.
Like we were trading good trades since Sunday. Easter Sunday for 4
Yeah.
days. We were bullish
Yeah.
for 4 days. That was nice.
also closed my trades the prior night whenever it was like 88,000, and then whenever I was up, it was like 91, 92. But it was good because I left my spot bags in there. Because I mean, yeah. Like it's even like right here, right now. It's like that little game, bro. It's like, yeah, I've seen this before. And like the amount of times I've longed this. Now, that doesn't mean it ain't gonna go up, but it's just like, you know, if there's no validation, and maybe there is somewhere, I don't know. I'm just looking at stuff. Of course, that candle actually did just turn market maker blue on the 5. I still don't trust it though.
Not just yet. We'll find out what it plans to do in a couple 1-minute candles. If it's just like trying to get everybody to go along, and he's just gonna
yeah
drag it to 200, you know.
Oh my gosh, I've done that stupid crap so many times. That would be funny though, if it did just go up.
If it just went straight up and then
Yeah, dude, that would be so funny.
Decided to respect the fib instead of the MA.
But dude, that's the thing, man. Even if it did, like, I don't care anymore. Like it used to be like, oh, it hurts. Like, no, it's cool. I got you. I was out of the trade, dog. I'll get you next time. It's all good.
Get you next time.
I didn't lose anything. I don't care.
See, I knew it was gonna do that. Look at Bitcoin now, the 1 minute.
I just gotta see, man. Yeah, exactly.
Gives you that little bullish kick, and then
oh yeah,
see a double prong.
If the candle stays over the 50.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. This is still sideways motion for me. This is nothing yet. It ain't doing anything.
No. As long as we don't break that 94.2 invalidation and down to the 92, 90, that vector gap there, I mean. I'm waiting for a bigger move for sure.
Yeah, I've been smoking these diamonds, these THC diamonds. They're pretty good. Favorite part of the day.
Dude. Man, I haven't looked at the 1 minute in so long. Like seeing the wicks on the 1 minute, like, yeah.
How I make sure, because like I know this market. This is the market when people are here. It's visible that people are now actively trading.
Oh, for sure.
It's not like the past 2 months. Oh my God, what a drag that was. All right, Bitcoin, what do you want to do? What you want to do?
Oh.
Do you want to continue?
I don't trust it.
I don't trust it too, man.
I'm
Market
looking at,
maker.
I looked at the 3 minute and looking at the 3 minute, I don't trust it.
I don't trust it. Doesn't look like a candle I want to get into. Nope, nope. Things are going down.
Not yet, anyway, obviously.
Yeah. It's gonna do a little scoop.
Actually, on the 3 minute, I've got the
Then push it.
13.
Yes.
I was about to say I
Well,
got the 13 to 5 touching the
yeah.
741, and I got the 9 HMA all touching. That was, yeah, changed my mind there. Still don't trust it though. It just looks like it wants to play. That's what it looks like it
Yeah.
wants to do. It looks like it wants to play.
I don't believe it one bit. I don't believe it
S-
one bit.
Something came to play.
It's not ready yet. I don't believe it one bit. On that quick scalp.
Bro. Bro. Man, dude, this stuff's dirty, dude. This stuff's dirty, bro.
Wait for it. On the 1 minute, wait for it to lick the 200. Then it's gonna correct.
This candle right here is about to close on the 15.
Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Dirty.
So dirty. So dirty.
Okay. Oh, it wants to pass the 100. All right, Pat. Okay, let's see you lick the 200. Then give me that correction so I can scalp. I can scalp short ETH and ADA. Come on.
Like, I feel like I remember this stuff so much better now whenever I'm not in a trade and I watch it happen. It's
All
like,
right.
oh, I'm ready for you. Like, you know, you gonna throw like right, left, right? I know that move from now on.
Yep. I have to give some props to ADA. I mean, like, the volume on ADA is
Yeah,
really.
that's yeah. I
I
think
used to not trade ADA.
that's definitely like a top 5 for me. Probably. At least top 7.
Give me an engulfing. Give me an engulfing. Is that engulfing? Are you gonna close? Okay, go, 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 go.
Oh gosh, dude.
Is it? Is it? Okay, it is. It is. It is. Oh shit. Okay, opening my shorts. I is printing. I got shorts on E and ADA.
Oh, dude. Doing that on the 1 minute's too stressful, bro.
Just to get in. That's my entry. As soon as I get my entry.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Fair.
Because when it's a high volume market already, you really have to.
Oh, dude, you were so right. I'm so out of it. Yeah, I need to stop actually. If I'm too tired to see what just happened, then I shouldn't be watching it. Well, you know what? I'm not doing anything. I can watch the
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah. So I'm gonna scalp this trend. want to wait for the RSI to go
Yeah.
all the way down.
Yeah.
We'll take some profit.
Nice, dude. I'm glad. Yeah, nice. But dude, what a 15-minute candle.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. That would have eaten a lot of fishes, a lot of shrimps.
Like, I used to be in that trade. I would open a long like at the 886.
Mm-hmm.
It'd go invalidated. It'd come up, it'd do something like that. I'd buy back in my long at a higher position and then watch it go down. Like, that's what I used to do. And I can sit here and look at this stuff now and realize that's what I was doing. And so that's why I wait. That's why I wait. You got to.
That's why I like the 1 minute, because I can take the top of that wick, that trend, so that like whatever.
No,
false
right, of
can-
course. It just took me like 30 seconds to pick that up, or however
Yeah.
long, or whenever you said it one.
What's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
What up, buddy?
Trading well, everybody?
I think I'm fading well right now. Oh yeah.
Oh, sleepy now, man. I've been awake all night.
Yeah.
Listen up.
Man, dude, this is such a dirty game, dude. I'm just looking at this and I keep thinking about all the times I made just lost so much money just putting money into trades right here. I have lost so much money doing that.
It's part of the lesson, right? We got to lose money to understand
Bro,
what we were doing.
dude, I am
Well,
a
that's the best
survivor,
part about
dog.
this game. You got to lose money to learn.
Bro, it shouldn't have taken me that much.
Trust me. The amount I lost. Goddamn. All right, Bitcoin, come on. You know where you want to go. Go back to your mama. Go back to your 200. Come on. Stop fooling around. Stop going sideways. There you go.
What are you looking at? 200 what?
The 200 MA on the 15-minute. So I have a screen.
I thought you were short.
Yeah, I'm short. I want Bitcoin to go to the 200 so I can make more money. I want it to go down.
Oh, whoa, dude. Oh,
the 200 MA of the 15
I see
minute.
I see it. My bad.
Yeah, the 15-minute. The Dbloc's target.
No, yeah. No, I just.
Boom. Yeah, baby. There we go. Yeah, I'm printing now.
I don't even know what I was looking at. Oh, well, okay. I had one's got the 5, one's got the 15. I had them backwards.
Yeah, I do that also.
I have 5 and then I have 15, but this time I had 15 and the other was covered.
Oh, hey guys, quick question. I just got an alert for a wallet to a Coinbase institutional wallet. What does the institutional wallet mean?
That means it's from either Grayscale, Vanguard, one of the guys who hold ETFs or institutions. So they're like Wall Street companies. Why? How much Bitcoin did they put in?
551.4762921, or around 51 mil.
Okay, that's not bad. So, all right, I think they know the target. They want to bring this down now. Good.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. It says institutional, right? It didn't say which institution.
No, it just said transferred from unknown wallet to Coinbase institutional wallet.
Okay. Oh wait, it moved from Coinbase to the wallet, or from the wallet into Coinbase?
Yeah, from an unknown wallet to Coinbase institutional wallet.
Yeah, that's a sell. All right. Perfect. Fud. Oh, that's good for my shorts. Boom. Come on. Don't be shy. Push. Oh.
Blood Diamond just shows on 3.
Mm-hmm. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go.
Golly.
I'm on to 5. I don't want to be nervous anymore. I'm gonna move everything to 5 minute. I have some distance now, so let's put some.
I'm kind of looking at the 10 here, seeing where it's about to close. I guess just because I have the 5 and the 15 up on others.
There you go. Nice push down. That's what I'm talking about. Give me more distance.
Yeah.
That's it.
Gosh, I used to lose so much money right here, and I'm not.
Exactly.
Exactly, bro.
They say there's 2 kinds of trades, right? There's a long and short. There's actually a third.
Okay.
Don't trade.
Oh, right.
It's actually okay not to trade.
Oh, yeah, for sure, bro. It's a hard
Yeah.
lesson.
Yeah. I remember before, it's like if I'm not in a trade for like 15, 30 minutes, I'm like, what am I doing? I'm wasting time, money. Now it's just like I just wait for the trend. I don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't spot trade often, you definitely shouldn't get into leverage.
I do both. I gotta scratch that itch.
Oh, yeah, dude. Well, sometimes I'll use leverage to hedge against spot movement or my spot bags. Just like if I get out of my spot bags, I might put a long in just to hedge it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have to feel like the move would have to be big enough to substantiate the long or whatever.
For sure. Hmm.
Yeah, dude. Had I really been paying attention to what was going on, I definitely would have entered that short right there whenever you mentioned it. Yeah.
Delete that. Oh,
And
y'all
honestly, even after like 30 seconds, I'm like, nope, too late. I ain't messing with it. Cause you either enter at the right spot or you don't. And I'm cool with that. Yeah, dude. The trout that's on my 30-minute, its mouth's getting a lot bigger right now. Looks like it's really hungry for some liquidations.
We're almost there.
Shorts.
Big Ethereum whale just transferred 148.6 million into a Binance wallet from Optimism Bridge.
Ethereum. They transferred Ethereum. Is it
Yes.
institutional?
No, it's transferred from Optimism Bridge wallet to Binance wallet.
146 million worth.
Yeah, 84,000 Ethereum.
Yeah, yeah. Let's bring this shit down. Let's go. Yeah, my shorts are printing right now.
Yes,
But yeah,
sir.
but guys on the chat, like we're about to hit Dbloc's target, 91,950. Keep an eye on it. That's a 200 MA on the 15-minute. I want that long.
Sorry, again, what did you say?
Oh, we're about to hit Dbloc's target.
On what?
The 200 MA, 200 moving average on the 15-minute. If you look at his chart right now,
Yeah.
that level is 91,500. This area here, where the vector gap is, that's our first area that we might find a bounce.
91, but the 200 actually is at
91,950.
91,150 or 92.
Same. It's like $50 difference.
But that's not really Dbloc's target. That'll just confirm the M pattern,
Yeah.
and then Dbloc target goes down to like 80. Well, the M pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's the
measurement.
first
The
that
measured
area.
but I think you're referring to scalping strategy. Maybe we're gonna retest. That's what you're referring retest for the uptrend which we just broke, the green one.
Yeah, it might be a double bottom. Let's see. Yeah, this is the retest of the 236 as well on the Fib.
Because the 200 EMA is at exactly now 92 flat.
91,350. 90. No, it's still at 91,950 on mine.
50 dollars difference between me and you, not big difference.
Yeah, that's what I said a while ago.
So it's either we break this and we keep moving downward, or we flip from there. That's what you're referring to, right? Yes, Ghost.
Yes.
Guys, is that true that Coinbase just filed a lawsuit against XRP, calling them an unregistered security?
Go, what up? Have we invalidated anything? Short term? I don't got my headphones on, they're dead. Speaker.
I don't think so, man. I think it's coming down. It's just taking its time.
Did he say something about an invalidation at some point?
If it bounces and doesn't break that M,
Is that the invalidation that where it says vector gap?
yeah, it's either gonna
Nah.
break it, go get the liquidation, or it's gonna bounce and fuck us all. Oops, excuse me,
Yeah.
sorry. Wrong
The
channel.
only invalidation which he mentioned actually is the M pattern invalidation.
I'm debating if I want to sink in a short here or if I waited too long. So I know what they can do.
It's right there at it, isn't it? I'd wait till it breaks.
Nah, you're right. Thanks.
You will see a slight bounce from here because we're touching the 200 EMA on the 15, and on the 1 hour chart we're touching the 50 EMA, and there's a demand area as well in this region. So I believe there would be a slight or maybe a good pump from here, or maybe it will break it. So this is a critical area. So if it's break, then I think, yeah, shorting it is good. But if it did bounce, then I believe you have to wait for confirmation. big sales.
Uh-oh.
Yo, what's up, chats? What's going on?